And you're watching Swiss Watch International's World of Watches, the best 3 hours in television, well, when it comes to watches, and we have the best in value. You're going to see brands in the next 3 hours, such as Maurice Lacroix and some other brands that maybe you haven't seen in a while. And they're all going to be at the very best price possible, and they're going to be even more affordable at 5 stress-free payments. I'm Wiley, and this is...
I'm Megan, and we are continuing part 2 of our week show. So yesterday we had an incredible lineup where every single item was on 5 interest-free payments. What that means for the uninitiated out there is that you're going to see a price tonight that is going to be a big discount from our regular website price, which is already a huge discount from retail prices. So we lower the price, and then we actually give you an option where if you don't want to put down the total price today, you don't have to. You can put down 1/5 of that. Normally we do 3, 4, 5, or 6 payments, some sort of mix like that. But every single item yesterday and today is actually 5 interest-free, stress-free payments. So what that means is you'll put your first of 5 payments down. We process your order. We ship your order tomorrow. And then you'll have 4 more monthly payments interest-free to pay off that balance. Super easy and honestly an incredible way to shop, especially if you came into the show with a budget. For example, and you'll see this a lot, maybe you're only going to spend $100 on the show. You're only comfortable spending about $100 a month buying yourself watches or accessories or what have you. That might mean that you can afford a watch that's $500. But that $500 price might actually be something marked down from $3,000, $4,000, or $5,000. And as Wiley said, not only do we have Maurice Lacroix, but we have super high-end designs from Breitling. My hot pick today is an Omega. There is something, IWC, there is something for everyone. And then for those looking for something a bit more affordable but still want quality, we've got Michael Kors, we've got Glamrock, Swiss Legend. We have something for everyone. So we are so excited. If you did miss yesterday's show, you can still catch the entire lineup at WorldofWatches.tv. And in fact, you can follow along with today's lineup or shop
in the future.
Because we post the entire lineup at WorldofWatches.tv. So sit back, relax, maybe get that phone and computer, maybe your credit card right nearby, and we're going to take a preview now of what's coming up in our first of 3 hours together.
Oh, one of my favorite watches.
This is the one you were saying yesterday is your favorite.
This is, you know, of all the Jean Richard watches, this is one just really stands out because they have put so much into this watch. Now, what you're seeing is, that's not stainless steel. And you see it says silver tone titanium. It's grade 5 titanium in this watch. It's all Swiss made. And the watch with that beautiful vertical satin finish on there is stunning. 49mm case, Swiss-made watch with a JR66 movement, which is a 43 jewel automatic with 42 hours of power reserve. When you see this watch in person, this beautiful, very aviation-inspired watch is ultra lightweight, but so contemporary. You're going to love it. Wait till you see it in person. That's coming up in just a few minutes.
Coming up right after that, some affordable luxury, one of the best-selling Lucien Piccard watches and Wiley's favorite color combination.
And my son's.
Of the 48mm Fidelity. 262-731. Again, it is a 41mm case. You've got a VD54 with date, Japanese chronograph quartz movement inside, but they do give you almost that vintage luxury look, highlighting the 9 and 3 o'clock subdials. Looks very familiar to a very high-end watch that we air a lot on the shows, especially because of that stainless steel mesh bracelet. $105, but even better are the payments. $21 down gets this watch home. We will package it, we will ship it to you for free tomorrow if you put $21 down on any major credit card. Being that it's one of our own brands, we'll also give you a 5-year warranty on the movement. 262-731.
Right behind that, you know, Michael Kors has been building great watches over the last several years to complement his fine line of clothing and other accessories. And he's done it with this Lansing chronograph. Now, when I did a product video on this watch earlier, very impressed by the construction of the watch. I have to say, probably when the Michael Kors watches first came out, they were a little bit more entry level in the watch world, and as time has gone by, they have certainly increased the quality and the construction. You're going to actually love this watch. It is in such a classic configuration for a chronograph, and when you see it in person and the weight of this watch as we demonstrate it to you, you're going to really, really appreciate what he has done here. And I think you're going to like this watch. So wait till you see it in just a few minutes. 220793. It certainly is nice.
All right, well, first things first, we're going to get started with my hot pick of the show. Every episode, Wiley and I pick one watch out of the entire lineup that we want to spend a few extra minutes on and talk to you about why we think it is perhaps the best buy, whether that's because of value or we love the look, whatever it is, one of our favorites for the show. So I felt a bit fancy today, and I went with item number 283710, which is the Omega Seamaster Ocean Planet. Interestingly enough, this was actually possibly going to be Wiley's hot pick, but I went ahead and made it my own because at 42 millimeters, while it is a great unisex timepiece, I love that Omega classifies this as a women's watch. Because most of the time when we see high-end Swiss-made watches and they're categorized for women, we see them in that sub 35 millimeter range. I wear big watches. I wear men's watches. That's why I love that this Omega is a 42 millimeter, but I will pass it off to Wiley so he can try it on. What you're looking at here is the Omega Seamaster, one of, arguably, in fact, the brand's most iconic designs. Now, the Omega Seamaster Ocean Planet does feature a few upgrades from the original Omega Seamaster, including the all-new in-house 39 caliber 8500 coaxial movement. Now, what that means, according to Omega, is a self-winding movement that has the coaxial escapement. Coaxial escapement is Omega's in-house proprietary technology that they created in the early 2000s. It allows for greater precision, stability, and durability on that automatic movement. And that's because you've got a free-sprung balance and two barrels, that's right, two barrels mounted in series, which allows for automatic winding in either direction. Most of the time we know you've got to wound the crown in one direction, but with the Seamaster Ocean Planet and that coaxial movement, you can actually wind the crown in either direction. I'm showing you right there the escapement. That is the heartbeat of your watch. And the decoration is actually really stunning. You can see all of the Geneva waves there done in that beautiful arabesque. I just love the look. Most of the time, we love looking at the front of our watches, right? The dials. But what's interesting is that Omega, for this Planet Ocean, they actually gave you an exhibition sapphire crystal on the back. Most of the time, if you remember, the Omega Seamasters just have the stainless steel screwed down case back. So it's nice that we're able to see into that movement. But going, of course, to the front, where it really counts, we've got this 42 millimeter case. It's a taller case overall. Because this Ocean Planet is a newer model, it's going to be a little bit thicker in its presentation. And it is a 42 millimeter with about 14.5 millimeters in height, all done in stainless steel. Looking into your dial, you'll notice from the original Seamaster, the hands are a little bit larger and the hour markers are a bit more prominent. All of it is filled, of course, with genuine Swiss Superluminova. And what I like about this variation is the white dial is perfectly matched by the beautiful white ceramic bezel. Screw down crown at the 3 o'clock position, and then your helium escape valve at the 10 o'clock. Because yes, more than just a good looking luxury timepiece, this is a serious professional diver. In fact, you actually have 600 meters of water resistance. The only thing more impressive than that is perhaps the fact that you've got a power reserve in this watch of 60 hours. But that's just an average. You might even get more than that. Now, I actually do want to pass this over to Wiley so Wiley can try this on because I know how much you love this watch, Wiley. And you were saying that it could technically be a unisex timepiece, but you were saying the bracelet was a bit too short, right?
It's a little bit smaller, but I mean, it's still going to fit. I'm going to say, as I put that on.
You've got a 6 3/4 inch wrist. I have a
Correct.
6 inch wrist, so it fit just fine. I can see, yeah, when you try this on.
See, there's still some reasonable room in there.
We'll show you a close-up shot of that. Because I think most of us can agree out there that 42 millimeters is not a women's size exclusively.
No, not at all.
And the white dial and the white ceramic bezel, as we see with a lot more luxury watches these days, it seems like a lot of gentlemen are wearing more white on their watches. We show you that all the time.
No, very much so. And this is in a classic size and configuration. So, gentlemen, if this is a watch that you like, do not hesitate for a moment, because there's nothing feminine about the dial of the watch at all. It's one that I think depends on who is wearing it, and this really is a great look for this watch. So
I would actually say that the bracelet length on there could probably accommodate up to over a 7.5-inch wrist. I mean, it's pretty generous. Let's say 7.5-inch wrist maximum. We'll show you that right there. He's got a 6 3/4-inch wrist, and that is a single fold scissor style supported clasp. So very, very comfortable. Great for easy on and off. How's that look? Doesn't it
I think it looks
feel
great.
Good?
Oh, there is something about an Omega watch. The moment you put it on, you feel a little bit James Bond-esque. There's just something about it. So if your car is capable of going underwater, this is the watch that you want. Now, one of the things that I would also want to encourage you is, if you really like the watch and you wanted a few extra links, you can contact Omega and they can take care of that.
Absolutely.
So don't let that throw you. The watch is the right size. It is incredibly comfortable to wear. And I think it just has a great look. I mean, there is an elegance. I'm trying to get the light to catch the dial just enough you can see that high mirror polish of the number 12, all of the indices that are around it. It really looks good. And the fact that this is a $6,200 watch. $6,200 watch.
For $3,900.
That's
How
amazing.
amazing is that?
That is absolutely amazing. Nobody out there is going to be able to offer this Omega at that price.
I love it. I love the white bezel insert too. That's a ceramic bezel insert. So of course that, along with the sapphire crystal, means you're never going to scratch that. You'll notice, those of you who perhaps already have an Omega Seamaster, as I mentioned earlier, the hands are a bit more prominent on this one, so a little bit easier, maybe more legibility there. This is the kind of watch that is truly something you wear every single day for all occasions. And an Omega, in a lot of ways, is a grail watch, that watch that we all hope to attain for some people out there. I know your hot pick, another one. We are just going right off the bat here with some of the best brands. And it's incredible, too. Until midnight Eastern Standard Time, you can purchase this for $3,900. After that, the price goes up to about $5,000. Now, if you're saving $1,200 off an Omega, that's a great deal. Yeah, that's an absolutely great deal. But in this case, we're actually saving you over $2,000 because your price of $3,900 is good until midnight tonight Eastern Standard Time. But use the payments. I can't put out $4,000 on a credit card right now, but could you do $780 and afford that $6,200 watch? Remember, this is going to come brand new in its original packaging. We will honor the manufacturer's warranty. We take over everything. So buying this watch from us is the exact same as walking into that Omega store and purchasing this watch, except we save you thousands of dollars, and you don't even have to leave your couch. 283-710, my hot pick of the night. But it could be for everyone, really.
That really is
It's
a
an equal
beautiful,
opportunity
beautiful
pick.
watch. I have a watch that's maybe, I can't say a lady can't wear this watch.
You're just getting so fancy that now your watches aren't even in English anymore.
What did you have yesterday as your hot pick?
Maurice Lacroix.
It was all diamonds and bling.
I'm
that
spending
security
too much time
guards.
with you. Before you came here, I used to make Michael Kors my pick, Fossil. Now look at me.
Okay. Let's just take a look. Do I even need to say anything about this watch?
No.
No, because this Breitling, the Chronomat Patrol de France, is an absolutely gorgeous timepiece. Now, this is a limited edition, limited to only 600 pieces. In fact, the one I'm holding in my hands is number 541. And what it's doing is, the Patrol de France is an aerobatic precision flying team, very similar to like our Blue Angels here in this country. And they're very celebrated in France. And here, that this is giving homage to that the 8 or 9 member team that makes up Patrol de France. And there are 35 support members to that team. And Breitling wanted to do a watch to honor them. And here is a very limited edition. Basically, think of the Chronomat 44, because it's a 44 millimeter case. It has the Breitling B01 movement in there. Now, that's a 47 joule automatic with 70 hours of power reserve. Of course, it's a 44 millimeter case. And you know it's Breitling, so it's going to have great lume on it, too. Take a look at that.
Nice.
It really is beautiful. So if you happen to be flying in your private jet, which I know you have.
Oh, yes.
Along with your other Fisher-Price toys.
I do have the Barbie Jeep, too.
Oh, my. This really is a gorgeous watch. Now, again, 44 millimeter case. When you look at that on my 6 3/4 inch wrist, it's just the right fit. Now, what's going to really distinguish this watch, other than some of the design elements within the bezel, the stylized Arabic numerals that are going to be around that unirotating bezel, is also going to be a beautiful imprint of the Patrol de France in formation at the 12 o'clock position, almost looking like an additional subdial. Let's be clear here. There's only going to be 599 other people on the entire planet that will have this watch.
That's crazy to think about.
Well, it's, you know, if you buy the Michael Kors watch, you're going to run into somebody with the watch.
Of course.
You buy any number of our pieces that are not limited edition, you're going to run into somebody. The chances of running into somebody that's going to have, you know, number one, they had to have dropped $8,700 for this limited edition piece. Number one, you're going to get it for less than anybody else. Two, if you've run into somebody, you're in a rare, rare group. 600 for the planet. Now, it's a fully functioning chronograph. You'll notice that there are screw-down pushers at the 2 o'clock and 4 o'clock position. Those pushers, when they are released, allow you to activate the chronograph with a simple start and stop at the 2 o'clock position and the reset at the 4 o'clock. You'll notice that the crown on the watch is also a screw-down crown, and that is going to help add to the water resistance of the watch. It is stunning. This is a sapphire crystal that's on here. It is all Swiss-made. Do not let this get away from you, because you will. I mean, it's going to be hard to find a Breitling Chronomat 44 for $5,000.
Oh, absolutely.
Much less a limited edition, special edition piece.
I mean, let's be honest, it's not like going into a Breitling or an Omega store, you ever see a sale sign there. They don't care about holiday time or Black Friday or Labor Day sales or anything. I mean, can you imagine?
You don't see their employees at the sidewalk sale at the mall with their table out there going, you know, buy one, get one free. Because that's basically, you know, you're getting it at such a low price. 278348 for the Breitling Chronomat Patrol de France. Love that watch.
Now, what's great is yesterday we did air the Jean Richard Aeroscope in a number of different flavors. We had one with a rubber strap, one with a leather strap, and every time we aired it, Wiley was talking about how his favorite was the one on the full titanium bracelet. So how perfect that today we actually have that one available. Now, we still have some quantity available of the other Jean Richards with the rubber and the leather. Definitely check out WorldofWatches.com right now if you want to see those, because they are still available in our lineup. But right now, we present your favorite model.
You know, I'm going to show folks in just a second the difference in what the construction of materials is going to be. So we can come to the live shot. I want you to see the Jean Richard watch that's in this beautiful grade 5 titanium. And then I'm going to do a little demonstration for you just so you get an idea of the difference. Now, I'm going to take the Breitling that we had earlier, and this is that special edition piece, and I just want to weigh it. And it's going to weigh out at 144 grams. So that's a pretty heavy watch with the Breitling. Beautiful watch. Now we're going to take our Jean Richard, and it's 97 grams.
Wow.
So you're talking about, you know, a 35% reduction in weight. So when you pick this up, you're going to go, my goodness, I expected that to be much, much heavier. That is the grade 5 titanium. Of course, the watch is all Swiss made, absolutely stunning. One of the design elements that is within the watch is that gorgeous vertical satin finish that they have used to kind of give a brush finish to the watch. And as we draw in even closer, you're going to see that. There it is right there. The pushers right here almost look like an homage to a crown guard, but they really are pushers. And simply hitting that pusher at the 2 o'clock is going to start, stop, and then at the 4 o'clock are reset. Now you'll notice with the watch, let's get the reflection off there. Sorry about that. As you look at it, it's a 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and here is a continuously operating small second subdial at the 3 o'clock. Then you have 2 additional subdials for the chronograph. The watch is so lightweight, you're going to love that the bracelet is almost really jewelry quality. And you have a dual push button, dual scissor deployant. Now, I have a small wrist, thank you, Megan, for pointing that out over and over again, but I also happen to have a large hand, so trying to put a watch on, if it's been sized to my wrist, sometimes is a little difficult. So being able to have this larger opening with a dual scissor deployant is really nice, and you'll find that the watch is incredibly comfortable on the wrist. Now, the case of the watch, measured diagonally, is 49 millimeters. That's a big watch.
Yeah, it is a big watch.
But you're going to swear it's smaller because of how lightweight it is. You don't feel like you're wearing some, boat anchor on your wrist. It has the JR66 movement in it, which is a 43 joule movement with 42 hours of power reserve. Now, some folks so often, they're kind of concerned about getting an automatic watch because how long do I have? I mean, what's the life expectancy if I wind it up? Is it going to run for a day? You're going to get 42 hours. Now, I'm going to encourage you that if you buy any one of our automatic watches, go ahead and add to your order a watch winder. We have some of the least expensive by price, but not quality, least expensive by price watch winders you're going to find. In fact, I just bought 2 of them because I could not believe how inexpensive they are. And we have some single slot watch winders in there. Some of them are very, very ornate. Some of them are very simple. Some are travel oriented, but you want to add it to your order. You won't miss it on there at all because it just is so inexpensive. Folks, this watch is incredibly comfortable. It does come in other colors and configurations, so consult the website. I feel confident we have the right one for you. $5,700 day in and day out for a Jean Richard watch. It's just one of those brands that holds its price. You can see the $2,800 price is a steal, and that is the wow price. For the show, we're allowed to do a number of these watches at $1,399. And to make it easy, as Megan talked about, our stress-free, interest-free payments of only $280 makes it very easy to get that watch home. There's 5 of those, and they're at no interest whatsoever. 276407. Go ahead and give us a call. We want to put that Jean Richard on your wrist. You're going to love that watch.
Changing gears, going to something that is still incredibly luxurious, but something in a bit more of an affordable luxury. 251-853. This is from Bulova. Bulova, another brand that has been around for many, many, many years. They have a very storied history. The Bulova brand was actually the very first company to ever air a radio commercial, believe it or not. Subsequently, they were also the very first brand ever, not just watch brand, to ever have a television commercial. Isn't that interesting?
I think it's fascinating that their innovation, and they've had the time to do it. Bulova has been around since 1875, and if you know one of the secrets of the show, more than once we've offered some incredible Bulova anniversary watches and some other limited edition pieces, some Swiss-made pieces. And you're right, they've been on the cutting edge of innovation, all the way down to Bulova creating the Accutron brand, which had the first fully electronic watch, and now with their Precisionist line, the most accurate quartz movement. Well, here is this great Bulova chronograph in stainless steel. And as you look at that watch, you see such a classic configuration, but some nice design elements that make it stand out from the crowd. 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and a continuously operating small second subdial at the 6 o'clock position. You have a 24-hour indicator at the 3 o'clock. You happen to have a minute counter or a minute totaler right there at the 9 o'clock. And don't you love the expanded date window at the top, just kind of a peek into the inner workings of the watch? Hitting that pusher at the 2 o'clock position is going to be our start, our stop, and our reset for our chronograph. Absolutely beautiful. Folks, wait till you see this beautiful watch on the wrist. You're going to have a great appreciation for what you have in this Bulova. I think it really is a good-looking watch. Now, it's one of the watches that if you haven't had a chance to really, see it on the wrist, it really does look good.
We've got this in a couple different color combinations that we air on the shows, and I actually like that this one's a bit more pared down because of all the silver tone, but then you've got that beautiful pop of blue. I think that with so many men wearing dress shirts, ties, pocket squares, even suits that have more and more dark blues and navies in them, I like when a man matches that perhaps with the blue in a watch dial.
And look at the length of this bracelet. I mean, I realize people come in all shapes and sizes, and it's great that this watch, if you have, you know, a smaller wrist as yours, a 6-inch wrist or even smaller, it's going to fit. And if you have a much larger wrist, don't worry, there is a generous amount of bracelet, and it has a single scissor deployant on there, which is going to make it very, you know, look how much extra room is in there. I can put that around my ankle. So don't worry, folks, the watch is going to fit even if you have a 9-inch wrist, and it's going to look great because it's just the right size. $375 is what you're going to pay for that Bulova in the department stores. $281 is going to be your price at WOW midnight on Sunday. But look at it right now. $119.99. That's all there is. That's all you have to pay, or $24. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. Gorgeous watch. We hope you'll pick that up, add it to your collection, and it's not too early to shop for the holidays. The Madison Eterna. Eterna is one of those watches, I thought Bulova from 1875 was an old brand. How about 1856? These are the folks that gave us the ETA movement. I'm going to wager that if you have a nice Swiss watch at home, you might have a Valjoux movement in there. You might have a Ronda movement or an ISA movement in there. You might also have a good chance of having an ETA movement in there. Eterna is the company that gave us the ETA movement. And the Madison Mechanical is a beautiful watch. In fact, it's one of my favorite Eternas. This is one of the watches that is actually more beautiful from behind than it is looking at the dial. This is a gorgeous dial. Love it. But what they have done with that mechanical watch is they've put a complete open exhibition back on the watch. Now you have a dual deployant, dual push button, single scissor deployant, and as you turn the watch over, I want you to just be able to peek inside. And I want you to see, and let's see how close they can get. Let's see. Come on, guys, I believe in you. Oh, there you go. You are looking into the beating heart of the watch. The entire back structure is covered with Côte de Genève or Geneva waves. And I want you to watch as I just give this just ever so much of a turn. Do you see every little gear and every little thing moving in there? The clutch that is engaging. A mechanical watch has to be wound by the crown. And you can overwind it, so you must exercise a measure of caution when winding them. But if you have an automatic movement, you don't have to worry about overwinding because it has a built-in clutch to cause that to not overwind. There is a certain amount of resistance when you're winding this that you have to be careful with. And I think if you're a watch collector, you really want to have a mechanical watch in your collection. Now look at that. Now, we had a friend of ours that asked us yesterday, what's a nice watch if you're up and coming and you want to look more successful than you are? There is something about this watch right now. If you walk in with a $6,500 watch, you don't have to tell them you paid $1,200 or that you did our payment plan of only $250, 5 of those. You are going to have an incredible high-end watch. All Swiss made, sapphire crystal front and back, a genuine alligator strap. What you're seeing, this is not Croco embossed leather. That is genuine alligator. And once you feed that alligator through the clasp, it's going to do the work for you so that you don't wear it out as quickly. In fact, it's going to last for generations. Absolutely a stunning watch. Do not let this get away from you. The Eterna Madison Mechanical is a fantastic buy right now. If you have to pay the $4,500, well, you are still getting a great deal. But for the show, $1,249.99. Isn't that amazing?
It's amazing that the price will go up $4,300 and it's still considered a discount.
We have to pay the rent on the building.
Next one up, 262731. I want Wiley to try this watch on, but I will give you guys a little tour of it. 262731. This is the 48mm Lucien Piccard Fidelity. The Fidelity is much like every other Lucien Piccard watch in the sense that it really is reminiscent of luxury. It is inspired by very, very high-end designs. from a company that's been around for over 90 years, and of course now underneath our parent company's umbrella. But what you get here is something that is really reminiscent of what we've seen before in Swiss-made luxury. And that is what appears to be a 2-eye chronograph, which is actually a Japanese chronograph quartz VD54. So you have actually chronographs at the 3, 6, and 9 o'clock positions, although they camouflage the 6 o'clock position. You've got your date complication in between the 4 and 5 o'clock. But forgetting about all of that, let's talk about what everybody's thinking. The rich, saturated, almost Savorite garnet color to the dial and bezel insert. That rich, rich green, perhaps an emerald, that is also reminiscent of some of our most favorite high-end, iconic Swiss-made luxury designs who are known for using this very particular shade of green. It's different, it's a little bit wild, and I love that it's only matched perfectly by the stainless steel mesh bracelet. Now, I want you to get a closer shot of this bracelet so you can see here. Here, you've got a multi-row stainless steel bracelet, all links, just like you would see on any other linked bracelet. But notice how it's almost woven together. Mesh bracelets like this give you incredible flexibility. I call them a cross between wearing a stainless steel bracelet and wearing a rubber or silicone strap, because you get something that is going to conform to your exact wrist, but you've got the quality and the luxury of stainless steel. And notice how it's so smooth. There's no kinking and there's no binding, much like that high-end timepiece that does something very similar. Now, I do want to pass over the 48 millimeter to Wiley, because I want you guys to see how it looks on a slightly larger wrist than mine, because it is quite a large case design at 48 millimeters.
A slightly larger wrist. We just can't get past my small. I'm going to have like wrist
injection?
Yes. And Megan, you're absolutely right. The beauty of this green dial really is an attention getter. And one of the things I like about this watch is it is infinitely adjustable. Now, if you'll notice that with most watches on their bracelets or their straps, there are increments that you have to adjust. And if you've ever put a watch on, you went, oh, that one's too tight. Oh, that's too loose. Ah. So then I go eat a donut or something and hope that I can fill out the wrist.
So unfair that men can do that. A woman would never say
The adjustment right here allows you to move it to this precise location that you want it to be at. The watch is so comfortable to wear, and you're right. We can't mention that Rolex has a similar color on their dial, or that Breitling has a gorgeous bracelet, because we can't mention those names. But we can tell you that Lucien Piccard has done a great homage to those brands, if we could mention
I mean,
them.
if you see a lot of brands out there, I mean, I can speak for a lot of women's clothing and shoes and handbags. Everything is somewhat inspired by other designs and other brands. I mean, we see things now that are brand new collections and we go, oh, it's vintage aviation inspired. So I think it's okay. I think that, people understand we all want to wear something that looks good, that looks expensive, but we can't all drop $20,000 on a watch.
That was a good cover. The lawyers will appreciate that.
It was all him. It was not me, boss.
I was not even here that day. It was him in a dress. Just like on Wednesdays. Lucien Piccard Fidelity Chronograph in stainless steel, not $595.
Not 900.
But it's not. 900. I was right. It's not. Oh my, we shouldn't drink so early. Not $595, but it will be back up to the $379 price, $104. That is just incredible for the watch of this quality. If you don't believe us, go ahead and take the challenge. Put the $21 down. We'll send you the watch free of charge as far as shipping. Check it out. If you don't like it, you send it back. We pay for shipping for it to come back. We give you every penny back. You always shop with confidence with us. 262731. And we're going to shift gears one more time. We went from extreme elegance to durability, ruggedness, and a stealthy quality with the Luminox. Now, this is a splash of color brought to you, but you also have that very stealthy design all the way around. What's the first thing I noticed when I pick up the watch?
How lightweight it is.
Absolutely. The PC carbon case on this watch is incredibly lightweight. Do not confuse this with the childhood plastic watches that you may have had. We've all had those watches that we got with a Happy Meal or something. Okay, you're going to pick this up and go, is that plastic? No. You must think aviation industry. You must think race cars. You need to see PC carbon as an incredibly lightweight material that is nowhere any kin to a plastic that you might find that would be disposable. It makes the watch super lightweight on the hand and the wrist. As you come in even closer, you realize that this watch has serious aspirations if you enjoy being out on the water. And you certainly have, the backing of an all Swiss-made watch. There's, of course, the letting you know it's PC carbon. 200 meters of water resistance mixed with that uni-rotating bezel makes an incredible dive watch. You're going to love the fact that when you have it on the wrist, it's going to feel like you're not wearing the watch at all. You're also going to love the splash of color in there. A lot of Luminox watches are just completely monochromatic, and that's fine. But if you want something that maybe is a little bit easier to read in daylight, then you're going to want that splash of color. What you're also going to appreciate within there is those little dashes, those white markers that make it easy to read at a glance, are actually tubes filled with tritium. Tritium is an inert gas that constantly glows 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. Unlike some watches that you would have to hold up to a light source and charge them up, it'll constantly glow, and if you turn the lights out, it looks like this.
I love this. One of my best friends has a Luminox watch. When his brother was getting married a couple years ago, they watched the show, and my best friend's brother bought all of his groomsmen Luminox watches from this collection. This is the Color Mark collection. On the case back, maybe you can show them this after. You'll see the Navy SEALs insignia is on the back of the
I did
case.
flash it.
Oh, you did?
Yeah, I was showing the 200 meters of water resistance and the PC carbon stamping on there. And of course, that was the Navy SEALs logo. You're going to appreciate the fact that's not decoration. Luminox works hand in hand with many of our folks, whether it is with land, sea, air, or space, to create just the right product for their needs. And when the Marines and the Navy, when they're looking at having something as tough as them, they don't mind wearing Luminox at all. You're going to love the durability, how lightweight it is, and the fact, once again, let me stress it to you, all Swiss made. Simple hit of that pusher is going to start our chronograph. There's our start, our stop, and our reset. You even have a date complication between the 4 and 5 o'clock position. Price protected brand. If you want to pay $500, head on down to the mall. They'll be glad to accommodate. If you want to go to the wow price, well, that is $289. That's pretty good. But look at the discount we're able to do. We can knock off a little bit more for the show. Remember, we're paying for shipping. It's $259.99. If you don't want to pay that all up front, go ahead and just pay the $52. We'll go ahead and bill you the rest over the next few months, and there's no interest on that at all. Well, hopefully interest in your part. 165632 for the Luminox. This is the great Marine and Navy inspired watch.
200385, the Parker from Michael Kors. 39 millimeters of flash from MK himself. Now, this is a $300 Michael Kors watch, and I know that it might seem like sticker shock to some, but for those of us who are familiar with Michael Kors, from his fashion, his shoes, his handbags, his accessories, $300 for a name brand like Michael Kors is pretty spot on. But it can be expensive, especially when you're trying to shop on a budget, or if you're like me and you have so many things you want to get and so many different watches. It's hard to amass a good watch collection when you're constantly paying retail prices. So look what we've done. We dropped the price down to $160. So it's nearly half off. It's just $10 above, really, what that department store paid for it from Michael Kors to then become a dealer. Because you have to think about it. If you ever go into a store, the price that you see, that's double what the store or what the dealer paid for it, because retail markup traditionally is ×2. So in this case, a department store or Michael Kors dealer would have spent about $150 per watch to then turn around and sell it to you at home for $300. Thinking about paying the rent, the brick and mortar of having a store, the employees, all of that. With us, we cut out that middleman. So we bring you this price as though you yourself are that Michael Kors dealer, and we are giving it to you for dealer's cost. This is not something that is normally done in retail, and I'm sure most of us know, if you do shop at department stores, that rarely do we see Michael Kors for 50% off. Now this 39 millimeter is outfitted with a chronograph, so you get that sporty look to it, but also great functionality. Most of the time we think that we're not really going to be using our chronograph, but funny enough, a couple of weeks ago when I was on a vacation with my boyfriend and another couple, the four of us were driving and we were trying to see, this is a true story, we were trying to see how long it was going to take us to go from one exit on the highway to the next. Because you know those signs on the highway will say, you know, next exit, you know, 8 miles, and it takes you 7 or 8 minutes. So we wanted to see if it really worked. I swear, I did this. I actually was wearing a Lucien Piccard, and I started the chronograph on my watch, and it's the same movement. It's a VD54. So the 6 o'clock subdial, just like you see on this one, started moving around the dial, and it was keeping track at the 9 o'clock subdial, because for this movement, which is the same as the watch I was wearing at the time, it will keep track of something for up to a full 30 minutes. I know it's kind of silly, but it actually did work, and it's a great functionality to have, even if you never use it. Now, something to keep in mind, do not let your chronograph run all the time over and over and over again. That will run out your battery. So just keep it for when you're using it. And if you never use it, well, it's still part of that sport luxury look. More luxury in the form of Austrian crystals set around the bezel and inside the dial, so it looks like you've got diamonds everywhere. And then, of course, the beautiful bracelet here where it's all mirror polished rose tone, and then notice the center links. You've got that tortoise print. It looks just like if you have, like I do, tortoise print eyewear, prescription glasses, accessories. I think it almost sort of looks like leopard print as well. Very popular to see these animal prints out in women's fashion. And of course, Michael Kors being at the precipice of women's fashion, why not have the watch to go with everything else? You're just over $1 a day if you use the stress-free payment. So think about that. If you could save $1 a day, you can afford this watch using the stress-free payments. That's why if somebody in your life, with the holidays coming up, your mother, your daughter, your wife, you know they love Michael Kors, maybe you yourself want to treat yourself to a little Christmas present or an early Hanukkah present. Take advantage of these deals. 200385 is the item number for the Parker, and in this case, it's $160 or 5 payments of $32. But of course, Michael Kors also fashions watches for gentlemen.
I have to say that they've really upped their game with the Lansing collection. I think Michael Kors knew that the moment you enter the watch world, you can make a fashionable watch, and thank heavens people are making watches that are stylish, but you also have to have a watch that people appreciate its quality, its construction, its materials. And I think Michael Kors really has got that message and has upped their game, and they've done that with this beautiful gunmetal steel bracelet, the gunmetal dial, and the multiple finishes they've used throughout the watch. As you're able to come in even a little closer, I want you to see just the detail that he's put in this watch. You know, you have a great 3-hand configuration with the hour, the minute, and a continuously operating sweep hand that is on the watch as a small seconds. You also have this great unirotating bezel. So if you do happen to get out there and get out in the water for just a bit, you also have 100 meters of water resistance for the watch. But notice he's used this great satin finish throughout the bracelet, but yet as you turn the watch around, you begin to see the high mirror polish that he's used in other areas of the watch. And it really has, I don't know, it's a quiet elegance to it. It's not in your face. If you have a yellow gold tone watch, boom, it's right there in front of you. You have all the bling on there, like somebody's watch earlier. That's all good and well. But there's something about this watch that is just very elegant and very, very stylish. And Michael Kors is big right now. I mean, I was at a party the other day, and of course this lady was showing off. She wanted to show off her new Michael Kors shoes. They were just flip-flops that had the huge Michael Kors logo on there. And she was so proud that her boyfriend had bought those for her because they were expensive.
Yeah,
the
absolutely.
Michael Kors name really is holding value right now. Magic Voice said they had to be knockoffs. Maybe, but this is not. When you see our products, you know they are genuine, brand new, in the box, and you shop with confidence with us. Go ahead and take a look at the lume, and I'll put this watch on, and you tell me what you think size-wise for the watch. Megan, what did you think when you saw this? Was this one of those watches? Again, the ultimate question, would your boyfriend wear this?
I think what's interesting about this is it's such a sporty timepiece, and it's got that real cool masculine look to it that we're almost, as you said, used to only seeing Michael Kors make these girly, sparkly timepieces. But I think it's really kind of fun that gentlemen can enjoy something like this as well. I love the gunmetal. I love, love, love gunmetal.
Okay, it really does. Magic Voice said this is really going well with your shirt, and I think if you're wearing something dark, whether it is a dark navy blue, a black, a gray, this is popping off of there. This is the perfect office watch. It's a big watch. This is like 49, right at 50 millimeters because of the shape of the case, but it wears very flat on the arm, on the wrist, so do not hesitate if you want to wear this, even if you have a smaller wrist. Megan has a 6-inch wrist. This would fit you. I have a 6 3/4-inch wrist. I'm hoping for it to be larger one day. But you know, even if you have an 8.5, 9-inch wrist, look at how much bracelet they've included with the watch. I love the fact it doesn't look like everything else. I also love the fact that we're well over $100 off of the retail price. $275, $192 is what it'll be at midnight on Sunday. But look right now. Under $160, $32. Ladies, if you want to get that gentleman in your life a great Michael Kors watch, one that I promise you, listen, I'm a watch guy, I'm a watch lover, this is the right watch. This is a safe watch for you to get for him. And get it before the holidays so we can get it shipped to you. Remember, we're going to ship it for free. Only $32 gets it home. You'll have almost enough time before the holidays to get it all paid off. 220793 for the Michael Kors Lansing chronograph. And here's the secret. This watch comes in other colors, styles, and varieties. If that's not the right color, but you like the style, go ahead and consult our website. I'm sure we have just the right one for you.
All right, 283009, things that do come in other color variations, 2 options to show you of the Momo Design Highway. You know, Wiley and I finally brought Momo Design back out onto the show after I hadn't aired them in 2 years.
It made it sound like, you know, we did it.
We did it.
We brought it back to you
yeah,
people.
Absolutely.
We fought tooth and nail. We went to Italy and spent weeks there.
I wish. They should let us do that. But we finally got the watches back on the show after 2 years. And the reason wasn't because our bosses here did not want to air Momo. It was because when I first started, Momo was so popular, we sold out completely of our inventory. Now they're back, and we really can't keep them in stock, including this Highway chronograph.
You know, in talking with some of the higher-ups here today, one of the things they said that's key with...
I love that you always... do that.
I drop it?
Oh, I was just talking to
you know, I was with Mr. Swiss Watch. That's his name. It's actually foreign. Mr. Swiss Watch. And when they said that, how important it was not just to carry product, but the right product.
Oh my gosh,
that watch people, you know, you can think, well, we just, you know, we're going to carry everything. No, it has to be the right things. And if you are going to get Momo Design, you have to make the right selection from their collection. And then it has to be at the right price, because people have come to expect when they tune into World of Watches that, yeah, if you have everything at retail price, so what? It's convenient, but it's not affordable. Here is a $558 watch that you can get home for $20. I mean, where else are you going to find that? Go ahead and try going, all right, I'm just going to go Google, go Amazon, you go to one of those other places and say, hi there, I want your $500 watch, but I'm only going to put $20 down and I'll get the rest of it to you later. And I don't want to pay interest, and I don't want to pay shipping. They're going to hang up on you. Our operators, they'll do counseling. They're good people. You know, this 47-millimeter case has the Miyota OS 11 movement inside.
Yeah, they've got that bridge style with the chronographs, which is cool.
It looks incredible. And, you know, you have 50 meters of water resistance, so it's not just a pretty face. It's not just a watch where you go, oh, that's nice, but don't get it wet. Here's a watch if you're heading off on vacation. Well, you're not going to apologize for wearing Italian design, Italian made. And don't you love the carbon fiber dial?
Yeah, I like that you said it's more than just a pretty face, because, you know, this is the watch that we call the two-face dial.
Yes, and all the watch nerds are going to, you know, writing.
We know that it's not called
they
a
said
face.
face. They got to tell Megan right
I've
now.
made my
Oh.
friends so nervous when like they're talking to me about watches. My girlfriend was, talking to me about getting her husband a watch the other day, and she's like, okay, so I want you to get something with a blue dial and gold case.
Like she almost said the word band instead of strap, and
I'll make a confession. 2 weeks ago, I said the word face on the show, and I waited. I was waiting for tweets and posts, and somebody going, "Oh no."
I know. I emailed our boss, and I was like, "Why the hell is
What?
he still here?"
Well, that explains a lot, doesn't it? Heads will roll, people. Momo Design, the Highway Chronograph, $558. Go ahead and head to the mall and pick that up, unless you'd like to get it at the WOW price for $159, which is a great savings, but you're watching the show and we like you. So go ahead and spend that $99.99, or because we really, really like you, just drop $20 on your credit card. We'll pay for shipping. You can decide if you like it. If it's not the right one, send it back. Oh, wait a minute. It's not the right color. I like more flash, more pow. I need something in your face.
How cool is this one, especially for you guys out there that love customization on your cars? This one with the Viper green and the black. It's still the same 47 millimeter. You've got that two-piece dial there with the polished carbon fiber in that matte black area. The Miyota OS 11 inside the 47 millimeter case. It's just a little step up because the color is more wild. And that green inside the bezel, that's anodized aluminum. You also have it on your two pushers. And notice how it perfectly matches up to the striping down the center of that tapered rubber strap. 283008 if you want something a little bit more flashy. 5 payments of $20.
Which one did you like better, the more subdued or the brighter
In that case, I like the brighter, kind of crazier one.
Really?
Mm-hmm. 202235, but this is a watch that before the show actually caught my eye.
Yeah, you almost wanted to, just take this one home.
Well, I'm wearing my Raymond Weil that I bought on
Because
the show.
even though this could be either a gentleman or a lady's watch, depending on, your preference as far as style, because it's at a classic size. Now, I believe that, is this the Raymond Weil 7230 movement in here?
I believe so. Yeah, that is, let me see the dial. Yeah, so this would be a modified Swiss ETA G10 quartz chronograph movement.
So here you have this beautiful, Swiss-made watch, Raymond Weil, and if you walked into department stores, $1,350. Uber slimline. I love the high mirror polish. Okay, we've talked about this before. What do you notice about the back?
That they took the time to plate.
They plated the back of the watch. Folks, can I just express to you that in the watch world, this is one of the little details you have to look for. In order for gold plating to really hold up, it has to have a certain level of microns of thickness. The thicker it's put on, the longer it's going to last. They're layering it over stainless steel. If you plate the back of a watch, you traditionally have to use a heavier plating so that it doesn't wear off, because it's constantly making contact with your skin. The fact that they have put a high mirror polish plating on here and it's all the way around, okay, just for the record, this is a solid gold watch that I'm wearing that I just pulled out of the vault.
Oh, 51 minutes into the show and he's already talking about it.
I'm sorry.
That's impressive.
This one's not mine. Because mine's bigger than this. I want you to look, this is solid gold next to layered gold. I mean, could you tell the difference?
No, not at all.
I mean, look at those two watches and realize that, of course, when we do the Maurice Lacroix Hour coming up shortly.
There we go. That was 2.
I can't help it. They pay me to do it. Don't you have an under-the-table thing with Maurice Lacroix? Maurice Lacroix.
I love, honestly, it's a good point that you're bringing this up. Talking about my boyfriend,
Who's talking about your boyfriend?
Wait, no. Oh, yeah, right. Well, we were a moment ago.
Keep going.
So what I'm saying is, he was looking for, I want to get him a watch for when his birthday comes up in November.
That's right. Mm-hmm.
And so he was looking for a couple different things, and he had a couple Maurice Lacroix that he liked, and then he was looking at Raymond Weil. And we have a watch, I believe from the Tango collection on our website, which is a chronograph, and it's a two-tone of silver tone and rose. And when he was texting me about it, he said, here's another watch that I like, and he sent me a screenshot of it. And he goes, I like the two-tone, but I don't know, I don't want to wear something where the gold is going to flake off.
Oh my goodness.
I know.
Well, no.
I literally, if I could have crawled through the phone and just like shook him, I would have. Ladies and gentlemen, please understand, we're not going to sell you anything on this show where something could potentially flake off. You can get that at the kiosk in the mall where you're spending $60 for $60 worth of watch. This is nearly $1,400. This is solid gold over stainless steel. The watch on Wiley's wrist, the one that he owns, is solid gold through and through. This is solid gold laid over stainless steel. This is not something where at the back of your wrist, once you take this watch off, particularly if you've been sweating or wearing it for a while, your wrist is going to turn green. This isn't something where you're going to put your hand in your pocket and pull it out and there's going to be gold flecks. There are multiple passes of solid gold over stainless steel so that you never, ever feel as though you were cheaped out on anything. And let's be honest, $1,400, you're not cheaping out on anything at all.
No, but to do a solid gold watch like this, it is the multiple thousands of dollars.
Absolutely.
So you're getting the look, and you're having gold touching your wrist. That's the important part, is whether it is solid or whether it is the appropriate amount of plating or deposition of gold onto it. It is the fact that you have gold touching your body. And that's nice. It also gives it a hypoallergenic quality, because if you are allergic to stainless steel, this is all covered. Folks, let me just move on to the next watch. But before we do, remember, $1,350 is what you're going to pay in the department store. $800 is what it's going to be. That's the wow price at midnight on Sunday. Right now, under $500 for a Raymond Weil 3-hand configuration with the small seconds subdial at the 3 o'clock position. You have 2 additional subdials and for the chronograph, and a large dual date wheel. Date complex. I mean, we didn't even talk about that. That's important.
Yeah, that is important.
Because that's a large date at a glance. You don't need a Cyclops in order to see that. The extra lens, you're easy to see at a glance. Maybe you have somebody in your world, this is just the right watch. Only $100 to get it home. Congratulations to all of you who are picking up a beautiful, beautiful
Only
timepiece.
$100 to get home a Swiss-made watch. It's amazing.
I need you to go back in time. You need to go back to 1881 to Movado being founded as a watch company. But then go back to 1947 when Nathan George Hurwitz took a simple black dial and a simple dot at the top to symbolize the rising sun. That watch would be such a classic piece that by 1960, that watch was put in the Museum of Modern Art as a classic permanent display representing timekeeping. Here is a 45 millimeter case, and now what is known as the museum dial is brought to you in a configuration that I have to say is one of my favorite. By the way, that is a huge watch. That really is large.
Doesn't it seem bigger than 45
It
millimeters?
really does. I mean, do you mind if, I'm not that I don't take your word, but just in case our notes might perchance be just slightly off. Oh,
That's what you get.
45 millimeters. Dead on. Megan, you're like a watch savant.
I'm like the Rain Man of World of Watches.
You really are. Okay, I want you to take a peek, because what you're getting at this price point, I don't care how many times. Oh, I've got to show them the back. Magic Voice is going, put it on the wrist. Move on. Watch, watch, watch. Take a look. Look at that beautiful automatic movement within this watch. You will never need a battery for this. You're looking into the beating heart of a watch. And when was the last time you saw a Movado with an exhibition back? Very rarely. Because a lot of times they will be with quartz movements. The ones that you're seeing in the mall quite often are going to be watches of a price point similar to this, but they're going to be quartz movements. They're going to be all sealed. Here is a $2,500 Movado that you're getting $1,000 off the price. $1,000. Absolutely incredible. 45 millimeter case. Of course, it has the ETA 2892 2 automatic movement, and it looks incredible with that sapphire exhibition back and the sapphire crystal over that what's now known as the museum dial. Do you like this?
I was just thinking about how industrial it looks, and we have some other
Yes,
really
it does.
beautiful Movados. We have some incredible watches from Movado on our website. I think most of the time we get stuck into thinking that there's really only one look available for Movado.
Oh, no.
But in this case, you've got that iconic dial, but notice how they give such a multi-piece case design. I want to, if I may, take this from you.
Please.
And show you a little bit about the case construction here. because I want you to see, as I'm talking about it being kind of an industrial design, you're able to see very clearly here that this isn't just a case with a bezel on it and a case back. A multi-piece case design means, as it sounds, there are multiple pieces. So notice you've got your case back, which features that sapphire crystal, screwed down into this piece right here, which is your actual case. And then screwed down on top of that is the bezel, and that's why you can see those screws. You can see the screws in the side of the case that hold the bracelet in place. So it's a very interesting industrial design. You'll notice that the bezel itself is almost larger than where the case and lugs are. So you get this very interesting look here where it's almost going to be bigger because of the bezel being so wide, but it will fit much easier because of the bracelet being so tapered. And again, inside right there, that's the Swiss ETA 2892-2 Swiss-made automatic movement, a venerable automatic movement. 144395. Look at that. We've taken $1,000 off the price. Easy peasy. In fact, $1,100 off the total price. And you can pay it off over 5 months. $287 gets this $2,500 Swiss-made Movado home. 144395.
Just for the record, that is my favorite Movado we've ever
This
had on
one?
the show.
Really?
Yes. There is something
Cool.
simple because I have a Zimmix that I wear all the time, and it is a simple configuration, and I just love the simplicity of the watch. The fact that that had exactly what you said, that industrial look to it, almost a retro-futuristic look to it, loved it. Okay, I want you to look at 157 grams of 316L stainless steel with black IP plating. I want you to look at a watch that is big and bold. This is one of those watches that maybe you've not heard the name Precisionist before. If you have, this is one that you must add to your collection because look at it. Starting in the very center of the dial with that hexagonal design, that honeycomb design that's in the middle, going to that multi-layered chapter ring with the Arabic numerals. You'll notice that there's multiple finishes. Notice how the light is capturing the outer chapter ring and the other part is done in a matte finish. The watch looks absolutely stunning. Now, I'm going to slip the watch on the wrist. You need to see this. And the secret to the watch is not just in the design of the case and the beauty of the watch. Of course, it's a Bulova since 1875, building beautiful watches. It's a quartz movement. Now, that may not be unusual to you because if you have a quartz movement on your wrist right now, it's running at 32 kilohertz. There happens to be a very small piece of quartz in your watch, and it is vibrating because there's electricity applied to it from the battery. Well, that's going to give you a level of accuracy in your quartz movement somewhere between 10 and 15 seconds per month. That's exceptional. That is the standard. Well, Precisionist has changed that. Bulova has put a 3-pronged tuning fork made of quartz. They use that piezoelectric quality of the quartz, meaning applying electricity, it vibrates. They measure time with it because it's resonating not at 32 kilohertz like your watch, but at 262 kilohertz. It is now 8 times more accurate. That means it is going to be accurate to within 10 seconds per year. Folks, you are going to have a watch that outside of having an atomic timekeeper that is tied to a radio signal, this is the only autonomous watch that is going to be running at that level. And it's all the technology of Bulova. It's a fully electronic watch on the inside. I'm not sure if we talk about that enough, but it also means that the watch is an incredible timekeeper, and it's also done in a very stylish fashion. You also have a date complication with this 3-hand watch, so hour, minute, continuously operating sweep hand, and you have that great date complication. The watch is not going to be $650, but it's going to be at our great value price, and remember, it can be on 5 interest-free, stress-free payments, so do not hesitate to consider the Precisionist.
All right, well, what a way to wrap up hour number 1. And we're moving into a very special hour now. Our second hour right now, we're going to feature entirely all Maurice Lacroix watches. Now, most of us know Maurice Lacroix. We've heard of Maurice Lacroix. Maybe we've seen an advertisement.
Maybe you dated Maurice Lacroix.
While flipping through a magazine or seeing it underneath the glass in those high-end department stores. I wish.
Well, you said we all knew him.
We all know him. Most people know Maurice Lacroix. Very, very expensive, high-end, Swiss-made. The
Yes.
brand. No, I call him Maury. This is Maury. So we know him very well. Well, our buyers here are exceptional at doing their job, and we are going to bring you, this is crazy. If you're not familiar with Maurice Lacroix and the incredible value that we're always able to bring you out on Maurice Lacroix, you are in for a real treat. Now, keep in mind, every single watch you see this hour, every hour, but especially when we see huge discounts, every single watch is going to be crazy, crazy discounted. And remember, every single item is brand new, never before worn, and will come to you in its original packaging. So you're going to see prices and think, okay, wait, why am I saving $15,000? Because we are able to give you these incredible values. So every single item this hour will be Maurice Lacroix. We're going to start with a little preview. We're going to remind you of our picks, which of course aren't actually slated until the third hour, so we're kind of breaking the rules here. But every live watch we present will be Mr. Maurice himself.
Oh, this is
the really awesome
I mean, I don't want to put this down because
I
mean, when you look into that and you realize the art of this watch, this masterpiece collection. By the way, the masterpiece collection, just like all the collections from Maurice Lacroix, are exceptional in quality and craftsmanship. But masterpiece takes it to a whole new level, and this truly is. Now, let me just say it to you: it's a $19,000 watch. And guys, go ahead, if you would, go ahead and do, I mean, boy, I just want to go into presentation. Welcome back to, I want to, I know, we're doing preview, and I love this watch, folks. It's a $19,000 watch. When you see the inside of this, you are just going to drop your teeth. So get something to catch them, because this is so stunning. Coming up right behind that from the Maurice Lacroix collection is going to be the Masterpiece Automatic. Now, this is the small seconds. This comes in a variety of, now this is a stainless steel. There is also a solid gold version that sometimes we carry on the website, but those are very, very limited because there's only 88 of them for the entire world. We have a lot, I don't say a lot, we have a variety of the collection of stainless steel. 3-hand configuration, hour, minute, and this is going to be the dual time at the 6 o'clock position, as well as a continuously operating sweep hand and the large date complication at the 12 o'clock. Gorgeous watch, and you're not going to pay full price. Only $300 to get it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free payments. But look what's right behind that.
Another one for our preview coming right up, Maurice Lacroix. Now this is so cool. Okay, this is a Pontos Rectangulaire, except notice how blingy it is. The Pontos is one of the best-selling Maurice Lacroix collections that we ever do have on WOW TV, and we have never, ever in WOW TV history ever had a Pontos with diamonds. Wait until you see this live. You have diamonds going down either side of that case. You have diamonds set for all of your hour markers, including 2 at the 12 o'clock position. This is so awesome. We have never, ever aired the Pontos Rectangulaire with diamonds.
And it's a big watch, and it makes a big statement on the wrist. I mean, it's understated elegance in the fact that it is not overly blinged out. Very tasteful, but wow, nothing else like it in the collection.
All right, the item number for that is 286524. But first, before we get into our Maurice Lacroix hour, I want to remind you of our hot picks. I went with the Seamaster Ocean Planet, or Planet Ocean. This is a newer version of the iconic Omega Seamaster collection. Now, 42 millimeters, Omega technically categorizes this as a woman's watch, but as we saw Wiley try it on last hour, the bracelet length is long enough that it can accommodate up to a 7.5-inch wrist. However, if you are over that, you'll need to stick with the other versions of the Seamaster. 42 millimeters, featuring the new Omega 8500 39 jewel movement. That is an advancement of their coaxial technology, which includes greater precision, durability, and balance for your actual automatic movement. Most of the time when Omega gives you automatic watches, they give you that solid stainless steel case back. How lucky for us that we now have that sapphire exhibition window. You can see what makes the coaxial escapement technology more unique is the fact that they use 2 barrels. And what's fun is when you're looking at this watch through the crystal up close, they actually label where all of those are. I also love all of the ruby jewels that are exposed there. This is a 600-meter professional grade diver, single fold scissor style supported clasp, helium escape valve at the 10 o'clock position, and that beautiful white, almost pearlescent dial, and the white ceramic bezel insert. Now at 42 millimeters, it is a big watch for a lady's wrist, in my opinion, but I would rock it all the same. Keep in mind that the Ocean Planet, or Planet Ocean, whichever way you'd like to call it, is a thicker case than traditional for the Seamaster. We're at about 14.5 millimeters. But I got to tell you, when you've got a $6,200 watch on your wrist, you want to feel that presence. You want to feel that weight. Most people know Omega as being James Bond's preferred watch brand, but this is something that for many of us is a Grail watch. Take advantage while we have it at a price that makes it a reality. It's a $6,200 watch. We are under $4,000 and the stress-free payments. So while you might not be able to put out $4,000 or $3,900 on any major credit card, if you are at a point in your life where $780 a month is affordable for you, you don't have to buy an $800 watch once a month. Instead, you can make payments on a $6,200 Omega Seamaster. We're going to ship it to you after you make your first payment. You'll get it in the original packaging. We will take over the manufacturer's warranty. We will do everything just as the Omega store would. One last look here. We'll remind you again of this next hour. Item number is 283710. Quantity is single digits for this watch. So if you like it, don't even wait.
I see your Omega, and I will raise you a Breitling.
Yeah. You still always have to be fancier than me.
No, these. I mean, look at the value of both of these watches. I mean, these are. I mean, if you know what, we were going out on the town, we would look great in these watches.
Oh my God, we certainly would.
You know, I hope that we can do some location shots where we can actually go out and maybe host the show from different areas.
Oh, I would
throughout.
love that.
Okay, folks. The Chronomet series has been an incredible success for Breitling, and every once in a while they like to do some limited edition pieces. Now, when you think of limited edition, there may be X number of thousands of those for the world. There are only 600 of these pieces. Let me say that again, only 600 for the entire planet. The Patrol de France gives homage to that 8-man crew of precision aerobatic flyers. And that precision fly team is very similar to our American Blue Angels. And as they give homage to them, as they give honor to them, they've created a watch that is truly one of the most beautiful in the Chronomat collection. Now, it has the Breitling B01 movement, which is a 47-jewel automatic with 70 hours of power reserve. All within that 44-millimeter case. Of course, you are getting a great sapphire crystal to protect that watch. You have a diver's class that allows this to lock into place. And, of course, there is, let's get to get the right side up. There is that screw-down case back that is giving you the number. This is, of course, number 541 of 600. And that great high mirror polish on that 316L stainless steel. I think the watch looks incredible, and it's one that I hope that you might want to consider adding to your collection. The watch really is stunning, and I love the fact that at $8,750, you could end up, well, I mean, that's a collector's piece. At $6,000 at the WOW price, we're saving you almost $3,000, $2,600. Okay, you can thank us for that. That's a good price. But at $4,999, you're saving $4,700. That's enough to fly to France to see the Patrol de France in person. Only $1,000. I say only because in comparison to the retail price and the fact that we're floating that other $4,000 interest-free, it's only $1,000 to get it home, and we'll pay for shipping. If you change your mind, buyer's regret, or something's wrong, you send it back. We pay for shipping for it to come back. We give you back every penny. Always shop with confidence with us. It's brand new. It's in the box. It's limited edition. We want it on your wrist. 278348, the Breitling Chronomat Patrol de France.
Now we move on to our special Maurice Lacroix hour, and we present to you a $19,000 hand-built mechanical.
I'm going to have them come in as close. Megan, would you be so good to hold that up close
Absolutely.
to camera 3? Because this really needs to be a close-up when you see gorgeous dial. Now, as you look at the beauty shot right there, you'll notice that the sweep hands on that continuously operating sweep hand is a small seconds. At the 9 o'clock position is actually on its own dial. It's not just a hand. Very stylized dial for the watch. But as we turn the watch over and you look into this mechanical timepiece, it is, I wish you had 3D TV right now. If you do, you're going to swear you are just falling into this. Well, look at that.
All of that rhodium plating, Maurice Lacroix calls black gold.
Because rhodium, like platinum, is within that family of ultra high-end rare metals. And rhodium and platinum are more expensive than gold. So when you hear something plated in rhodium or plated in platinum, realize you're choosing a metal that's more expensive than gold. This is the most beautiful movement of any watch I have seen here at Swiss Watch International.
Keep in mind that with a mechanical, you have this series of springs and gears and wires that all work together to keep accurate time. It's more than just the balance wheel that we see with a rotor on an automatic timepiece. And of course, it's more than an actual battery that you see with a quartz movement. This is something that was all hand assembled and requires you by hand to actually operate and maintain this movement. Believe it or not, with this MP7128, you can see right there, that's the movement caliber on this. This right here, if maintained properly, if you take care of this, if you get it serviced, if you keep it wound, this is the kind of watch that can run literally forever.
And keeping the watch wound is part of the secret. You know, sometimes leaving watches to sit for a long period of time, whether mechanical or automatic, it actually is not as good for the watch than to have it in motion. Now, this one you cannot put on a watch winder, but if you have an automatic watch, get a watch winder from us or from anybody just to make sure it's running, but hopefully from us. This is a watch that you do want to see it wound regularly because it helps keep everything lubricated on the inside. I want to make sure that, I would love to try that watch on in just a second so that folks can see truly the beauty within that watch. This is one of the most stunning timepieces we've had on the show, and that $19,000 price point is one that I think is absolutely, I don't want to say it's worth every penny of it, but that is, one of those pieces that you're really going to appreciate. Now, I'm going to slip the watch on, and you're going to be able to see that it really does look stunning. Let's take a peek at that right there. Oop, they're bringing us into focus. The watch looks absolutely incredible.
What's amazing about seeing a mechanical watch like this, I know you made a joke about it yesterday on the show, but it's true. This is the kind of watch that you're almost going to wish you could wear it backwards so you could see that. But then seeing this big two-eye chronograph, it's gorgeous. Just as beautiful this way too. And doesn't it seem bigger than 45 millimeters?
Yeah, you can see the sweep hand going right now as the watch is in motion, and it just ever so delicately is rotating around. You're going to love that. The watch is truly gorgeous. We love it. You can see there's the beating heart right there. We had the, when you were holding the watch, unfortunately, I needed to screw the crown in. But once the crown is screwed into place, that's when the beating heart is going to watch. Some watches hack and some do not. And some watches, when you pull out the stem, will literally cause the watch to stop. Others will continue running. This is, look at that. You know what? We should film a video just of this right here.
I love that right there, too.
Oh, look at that.
Look at all the little wheels, all the little gears.
Look into the watch. Look delicately into the watch. Now go to the phone. Take out your credit card. This is hypnotic, is it not? Absolutely stunning. Folks, do not let this $19,000 watch intimidate you or get past you or in some way stop you from giving consideration, because that under $5,000 price point makes this pinnacle piece a little bit more affordable by us putting it at $1,000 over 5 stress-free, interest-free payments, and it really can be yours. Now, take time. We still have a little bit of time left in the show. Please give consideration for this watch. I would love for us to mention it to you again, but it is one of those pieces that once these are gone, we have no guarantee they come back, because these are high end, and those are in very limited quantity.
Notice how the 9 o'clock subdial is not just a hand that rotates, but it's actually a wheel with a little almost arrow sticking out of the wheel. So what you're seeing is a turning subdial, not a hand moving around a subdial.
That was the first thing that I mentioned. Does it not stand out?
Yeah, it's so cool.
And of course, that's the same true on the the totaler that's
Yeah, of
there
course.
on the 3 o'clock position. Gorgeous. You got to hand it to Maurice Lacroix for creating an unusual, original timepiece.
Very happy looking watch.
It really. There's that. You're seeing the
There's
face
that
again.
emoji.
Oh, your therapist must have a ball.
I keep him in business, that's for damn
What
sure.
do you see today?
All right, moving on to item number 286510. Back in the Masterpiece Collection, much like we just saw that mechanical, but we are going to a mechanical automatic now, so something that does have a balance wheel and a rotor into it, something that you would not run the risk of actually overwinding technically, but still from Maurice Lacroix's highest collection, the Masterpiece.
This was one I had to give great consideration to because I was going through the Masterpiece Collection. I was trying to find a watch that I really, really wanted, and boy, I'm glad that we did not have all the choices we have today.
I know.
Because I would have still been in the vault just rocking back and forth going, I can't decide. Here is probably one of the most elegant dual time watches you're going to find. Now you do have that simple 3-hand configuration of the hour, the minute, and continuously operating sweep hand rotating over that gorgeous stylized dial. You'll notice that the subdial is not a small seconds, but a secondary time zone. It's a GMT. That means you can set this watch to any secondary time. Notice we're on a primary time of 10:10, and then there's that secondary time zone somewhere out in the Atlantic that must be 12:10. So if you have a friend somewhere across the country or across the world, you can set the time and keep up with them. My son is an hour behind us
Oh boy.
in Arkansas. That's why I couldn't own this watch, because it would remind me that he's not at home. But if you are glad that your kids are away, then this is the watch to remind you, thank goodness, you know, they're 3 hours away. They won't be doing laundry.
Have you been talking to my father?
Actually. And the watch is stunning. Oh, you want me to put it on the wrist. I was wanting to show the back of the watch.
You've got to see the exhibition crystal
Yes.
here. Of course, sapphires front and back. In the Masterpiece Collection, all of these watches are hand-built. And this is the ML129 movement. And don't you love the way they decorated and plated the rotor?
The gold plating on the rotor is absolutely stunning. And of course, that's Code de Genève, literally translated Geneva waves. And behind it, you'll notice those little tiny swirls are pearlage, which just means pearl-like decoration. You're looking into the beating heart of the watch, and of course you're seeing that incredible movement. You'll never need to buy a battery, of course, because it's an automatic movement. And just as Megan said, you can't over-move or overwind the watch because there's a clutch in there that stops it from overwinding, unlike a true mechanical, which can be overwound. Let me slip that on the wrist now. You will appreciate with that genuine alligator strap that there is a dual push button single scissor deployant, which means once you feed the alligator strap into the deployant does the work. It takes the stress off of the strap, and it's going to make it last much, much, much longer. Doesn't that look great on the wrist? It's a 40-millimeter case. And of course, that is sapphire crystal, both front and back, all Swiss made. Do not let this masterpiece get away from you. Now, we're going to start moving at a little bit high rate of speed. I want to get to as many Maurice Lacroix as possible. So consult our website. This comes in other colors, styles, and varieties. In fact, take a peek at a few other options that we have for you. I have another selection that maybe you'll like with also the large date complication on there as well. Megan, which one do you like better?
Of the two, you know, I love that the all black and silver tone, I think, looks a little bit richer, but I am fond of that silver tone with the blue hands.
Yeah, there is. The furnace blue hands look great on this watch. Now, the number you're seeing is for the black one. I just want you to see them side by side.
The black is very sexy,
Jenny,
too.
which one do you like?
I love the texturing.
Quick,
in that
Jenny,
one.
which one? We have one for black, one for white. Rudy? And then, of course, and we have Stunt Rudy. Okay, well, we seem to have an overwhelming liking of the black. Megan, you and I
Good,
can
I don't have to fight
share
for the other one.
Folks, you're seeing, again, the same watch with a slightly different variety and character to it. Do not let these get away from you, because for only $300, you're able to get a $4,500 watch.
Isn't that incredible?
It is, because again, one of the watches that I wanted to purchase, I was able to get here at a tremendous discount, almost the exact same price as the folks at home shopping. But there was another website that had that watch, which I think I paid under $4,000 at our website price. And there were other websites that had that watch for $11,000.
Oh my God.
And people are buying them.
Yeah, it's still a discount.
What it is, you're absolutely correct.
I'll try this one on.
Oh, please
since you
do,
tried the other
because
one on.
you need to see that the elegance of this watch on a lady's wrist completely changes the character of the watch.
Yeah, well, it's a 40 millimeter, so it's still definitely something very easy to be worn by a variety of different wrist sizes. And what's so nice about this, for me personally, I think about the stress-free payments, and I think about the fact that the person that's able to afford $300 a month on a watch is very different than the person that can spend $1,500 a month on a watch, which is very different from the kind of person that can go into a store and drop $4,500 one time on a watch. But what's so nice about WOW TV is now we're all one and the same. Because if I can afford $300 a month, can buy this exact same watch that somebody would drop $4,500 in stores for. And so what I love so much is that the stress-free payments, in my opinion, allow so many more people to achieve something or to buy something for themselves or their loved ones that they only ever thought would be a dream. Like your friend that said, what's the kind of watch to get somebody who wants to look like he's made it? I mean, we can joke and say, oh, here are a number of brands. But what's amazing is on our shows, we actually can help people get those watches to look like they've, quote, quote, made it or made it farther than they thought they will so far. And it's all because of the stress-free payments.
But you know what? It's not faking it.
No, of course not.
Sometimes part of making it is not how much you make, but how well you spend it. Because there are people out there that have exactly the same stuff, it's just somebody got it for a whole lot less. We want you to be the person that gets it for a whole lot less. And this is also one of those great everyday watches. Boy, you hate to just lump a $1,600 watch. Oh, it's an everyday watch. We know this is a luxury watch. This is such a good-looking timepiece all the way around. Two varieties of this watch. We want to make sure that you can see both of them. The number is for the one in my hand. We will swap them out in just a moment. This is from the Maurice Lacroix Miros collection. Now, one of Megan's favorite watches happens to be a Miros that's covered with diamonds. Absolutely a stunning timepiece. So you know that the Miros collection can be very expensive. And at $1,600, that's not cheap. The WOW price of $1,000 is really a great price for this watch. But right now for the show, $499 for this beautiful stainless steel silver tone chronograph. Beautiful. Now you're going to have a 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and a continuously operating small seconds, as you see that dial in play right there. Hitting that pusher is going to start our chronograph. You even have a 1/10 of a second totaler there at the subdial at the 6 o'clock position, and a 60, I believe that's a 60-minute, 30-minute.
That's a 30-minute. So this is a Swiss ETA G10 quartz chronograph movement inside.
Start, stop, and reset, all within that 42-millimeter case. Now, this watch, of course, has the sealed back, and that's going to help add to the water resistance to the watch. It has sapphire crystal. It's going to be Swiss-made, and it's a 42-millimeter case. So absolutely gorgeous. I also love the large date complication. Now, when you see a large date complication like that, understand there are 2 wheels in there that are functioning independently that are going to give you the date. It also allows you at a glance without having to have the cyclops, so the lens is completely flat on there. The crystal is gorgeous and flawless. The watch is going to fit marvelously on the wrist. In fact, I'm going to swap out, so the next number you see up there is going to be for the black version of the watch. And one last look at that little guy. And here we go with the exact same watch, but this time let's switch them out with black dial and the silver or white.
So this is the collection, the Miros, this exact watch collection that I suggested to Colin when I was telling him to look for a watch that maybe he would like. And I asked him between these two which one he preferred, and he actually preferred this one right here.
I do too. And it's becoming even closer. There's something about the elegance of the black dial. Some people are very passionate. Maybe they already have a black dialed watch or have several and they want to go with something different. By all means, go with the silver. But there's something about this that just really is very elegant. And you'll know why I like this bracelet.
It's not a hair puller.
It's not a hair puller. It means they've done that extra level of finish on the bracelet. There is not a single jagged or pointed edge. Now, there was a watch that I'm not going to put out here. But there was a watch I picked up earlier. It was pointy.
Oh, yeah.
You just go, really? I mean, I would tell you that. If it ends up being on the show, I'll go, this is kind of pointy. Because we'll always be honest. We want you to shop with confidence. And where else are you going to be able to get a watch like this for only $90? That's your first of 5 stress-free payments, only $449.99. That's the total price. You're going to love it. Folks, don't let these get away from you. They are gorgeous.
All right, moving on back up to Masterpiece with item number 286505. Here you have a very special movement inside that gives you quite a bit going on.
This is a high-end watch. It is gorgeous. There is just something about this. When you see it, there is an elegance. There is a classic appearance to it that harkens back to a different era. Maybe it's just the smaller size of the watch. You know, the ML37 movement in here with the moon phase complication, it's a 3-hand configuration, the hour-minute continuously operating sweep hand. This watch is absolutely stunning. Absolutely stunning.
Wait till you see a close-up shot. You know I'm crazy about two-tone watches. So this, I love the richness of that yellow gold and the silver tone.
And they have chosen to do something a little unusual. And you may think you're looking at a GMT at first because you see that additional hand. Notice that you not only have the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand, the moon phase, but the date, instead of just being a window, has now been moved to a hand. So the hand is going to rotate all the way around to give you the date. They've also given you a day and month complication, just because they can. You're looking at a $5,300 watch. Why? Because every function on that dial is operated by the timing of a gear, a wheel, and a spring, operated by the motion of your body. Is that not just absolutely gorgeous to realize that every function that you're seeing here happens because of what's happening in the back? Now, if you like the stainless steel case, then you're going to love, not gold-plated, the solid 18-karat gold bezel that is on the watch. Now, one of your friends said they did not want it. They didn't want flaky gold.
Yeah, of course.
They don't want flaky gold. They're even reluctant of gold plating. This is where the luxury of solid 18-karat gold comes in. Now, maybe you don't want to drop the several $1,000s for a solid gold watch. Then by all means, take a little gold with you. The 18-karat gold bezel on this watch has a polish and a sheen to it that nothing but gold demonstrates. That's why this watch is $5,350. Now, the WOW price is $37.45. That's going to be the price at midnight on Sunday. But right now, this beautiful 38mm case with all of these multiple complications is under $1,700. To make it as easy as possible, 5 stress-free interest-free payments of only $340, and the watch will be sent to you after that very first payment. And then you have interest-free time to pay it off. Hard to believe that we're at the halfway point.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a quick little break and do a top 10. We're going to show you what the 10 best-selling items of the show are so far. And we might even see a few from yesterday's bestsellers. And we might even see a few from what's coming up on the show, because you guys are following along at WorldofWatches.tv, where the entire weekend lineup is posted.
And there's more watches than we can actually ever show you
That's
on
true.
the show. So do check out the website, because there are values that we never even get to mention to you. There's times we even after the show go, oh, we didn't get to that watch. So check it out. There's some values, and I'm sure we have just the right one for you.
All right, the number 10 bestseller so far is...
Do you know?
Coming up.
Do you know?
No, I have no idea. Oh.
Ooh. People have really liked the Bulova chronograph, and rightly so. It's such a classic configuration, all the way down to just the homage to Côte de Genève in the center part of the dial, to those beautiful 2 subdials, and then that very unusual, different stylized subdial at the 6 o'clock position. This is a gorgeous watch, and one I think your boyfriend would like, Megan. And it's under $120. This is a great gift for yourself, or as the holidays are approaching, go ahead and grab one of these or throw it on your order, because if you don't like it, you send it back. It's only $24 to bring it home, and we pay for shipping. Congratulations on that Bulova number. Is that number what?
10?
10. Oh, we're just at 10.
Yeah, welcome. We're just starting.
Hi there. Welcome to the show.
Oh my. I'm so excited that so many of you are picking this up, making it the number 9 bestseller. 121809 here. A 45mm masterpiece indeed. Now this is a mechanical watch, which means this entire thing is not only built by hand, but operates by you using your hands to wind the crown and power up the movement. This is more than just a watch. It really is a work of art. It is absolutely incredible. You've got a multi-layer, multi-textured dial there, done in rhodium plating and brushed silver tone. Your full exhibition sapphire crystal on the back shows you what Maurice Lacroix calls a black gold for your decorated mechanical movement. You're saving $14,000. Now, for many of you, maybe this is a price-driven deal. Maybe the fact that you can save $14,000 is an amazing thing, and I think it is. But for some of you who are true watch lovers like we are, you know how amazing it is to not only get an incredible deal, but to have something that in some ways almost feels like it has a soul to it. $1,000 tonight, and a $19,000 watch gets shipped tomorrow. 121809, that's number 9.
That's also a rare opportunity because it's rare to find a watch of that expense with that kind of discount.
Absolutely.
Michael Kors, the Lansing chronograph. This is a watch that really sold me on maybe considering the Michael Kors collection because I think when the watches first came out, they did not have the quality that they do now. So if you've not seen Michael Kors in a while, as far as the watch collection, then by all means you have to consider this one. Maybe for yourself, maybe you have a special gentleman in your life that this gunmetal steel bracelet watch with that gunmetal dial would be the perfect choice. Jenny, do you like this one? She's saying yes, but there's others. It's like the blue dial better. Yeah. $275. Only $159 with us. You go to the Michael Kors store, that's what you're going to pay the full price. Not with us, we're going to even pay for shipping. $32 gets it home. It's a big and bold design, and I promise you it's what I'm going to call the safe bet. If there's a gentleman in your world that you want to get a watch for, he's going to like this one. 220793.
Coming in at number 7, no surprise, another Maurice Lacroix. This is from the Pontos collection. 286521. Here, this beautiful silver tone dial. I love the way the texturing and the hour markers almost make it look like the rays of a sun. You have an in-house modified Swiss-made ETA automatic movement. You have the day complication and the calendar date. Notice at the 12 and 6 o'clock. It is a rectangular shape for the Pontos Rectangulaire, but fear not, my friends, it is a curved case. You also have an exhibition sapphire crystal to see into that beautiful movement. Not $3,200, not even $1,000 off that, which is what it sells for every day on the website. We are so far below dealer's cost. It's practically for free. In this case, if you put $170, I mean, think about that. $170, think about that Michael Kors watch. Nice watch, right? But here, if you use the payments, $170 for the same price, you have something built by hand. Something you will have for the rest of your life that you will pass on. That is why I love the stress-free payments. Sure, you can amass a greater collection of fun watches, or you can get a serious watch that you'll have for a lifetime. 286521, that's number 7.
There are truly some watches that are ideally collectible.
This is one of my favorites.
Oh my goodness, yes.
744, coming in at number 6, the Jasmine from Raymond Weil. It's about a 35 millimeter case. Beautiful ergonomics on this design here. It's such a seamless, perfectly circular shaped case with the integrated bracelet. Now you'll notice all the way around the bezel, save for the lug area, you've got genuine diamonds. You also have this beautiful hand-textured dial with furnace-blued hands. Absolutely incredible. It's all silver tone. It is so seamless. It is slimline. The watch wears like a second skin. And again, another watch where if you use the stress-free payments, ladies, this is a Swiss-made diamond watch for $180. In my opinion, these are the directions you need to go in. Put your budget towards the stress-free payments and buy yourself something that you can have for a lifetime. 277744, that's number 6.
And those are fully cut, fully faceted diamonds. Those aren't chips, those aren't crystals, those are gorgeous diamonds. Now, something at a completely different price point.
Oh my gosh, look at the stress-free payments.
Well, it's a cup of coffee. Well, down here it is. Lucien Piccard, this is one of those watches that I wish they had not put the price up because people are going to think, well, is that one of the stress-free payments? No. We just happen to have an abundance of these, and it's time to clear them out. And I suppose we could do them as a giveaway with a gift with purchase. But we have so many other watches coming from Lucien Piccard, it's time for this to go. And this 42mm case is an absolutely stunning timepiece. There is nothing wrong with this watch whatsoever. In fact, there's everything right with it, from that blacked out dial to the small second sundial at the 6 o'clock position, the gorgeous gold tone accents. It has the VD78 movement in it. These are brand new watches. But, you know, the secret is, I don't know if I'm supposed to say this, but Lucien Piccard, we have a ton of new Lucien Piccards coming.
That's right, we do.
And there is only so much space here.
Well, it looks like it's working because this is our #5 bestseller. Something to think about, though. This 42mm with a 5-year warranty on the movement, the stress-free payments. If you're ordering anything else, throw this onto your order.
Yeah.
You're not even going to notice the $8 charge every month. But something else to think about, going back to what we talked about on the show yesterday. Other networks, other websites, you pay for shipping, right? Sometimes they do free shipping when it's holiday season or promotional.
Or you spend enough money.
Exactly, or you spend enough money. In this case, $8 is what other places will charge you for shipping. Here, $8 buys you the stress-free payment with the watch. We ship it for free.
So it's literally just $8 down. Where I live in Miami Beach, you can't buy a movie ticket for $8.
No.
Yeah, it's true.
No. That watch, go ahead and add that one. Here is a bit more higher end, but certainly gorgeous. The Maurice Lacroix Masterpiece. Again, the Masterpiece collection is a high-end collection for Maurice Lacroix. They're putting the best of the best that they've got into it, all the way down to that genuine crocodile strap that's on the watch. This happens to be a dual time, so not only do you have that 3-hand configuration within your primary time, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep in, but you also have a secondary time zone as a small seconds at the 6 o'clock position, which is going to give you a secondary time zone. You also have a large date complication at the 12 o'clock position, and it really does look good, and it's easy to read. $4,500, you better believe it, but not with us. Less than $1,500. So only $300 to get it home. That's it for the Maurice Lacroix Masterpiece.
Coming in at #3, 202235. We just aired this watch, 40mm Raymond Weil from the Tradition collection. Here, Raymond Weil has modified a Swiss-made ETA quartz chronograph movement. You also have this incredible rich yellow gold tone that is solid 18-karat gold over stainless steel. Even the case back is plated. You have furnace blued hands, a big date complication at the 12 o'clock position, a $500 price. Raymond Weil, with our deals, Raymond Weil and Maurice Lacroix are two brands that we are allowing, or we are enabling more of you who maybe have never owned a Swiss-made watch before to afford one finally. Because if you put $100 down on any major credit card, we ship you a $1,400 Swiss-made watch. And as the name Tradition suggests, it has that vintage elegance to it. 202235.
You know, I may be new here, but I'm going to make an official request. We have a countdown graphic.
Yeah, haven't I said that?
Do you realize how hard it is to keep track of like 10 numbers?
I do, I know.
It's tough being a host.
Your top pick?
Oh my goodness, I just turned and looked back at our monitor, and there it is. There is the Patrol de France. This beautiful limited edition Breitling piece is only 600 pieces. So if you have one, there's only 599 people for the entire planet that is going to have the watch. It has the BO1 movement, sapphire crystal, 47 jewel automatic, 70 hours of power reserve, all within that 44mm case. You better believe it. This great watch paying tribute to the 8-member precision aerobatic team in France is one of the most stunning pieces I think they've come up with, because it really is high-end all the way around. And what's low-end about the watch is the price with us, because it's not going to be $8,700. But $49.99, only $1,000 will get this $8,000, almost $9,000 watch home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. Congratulations, you people are smart enough to pick up one of the best values of the program. 278-348. What a winner.
But the #1 seller.
Is it really this watch?
Yes, it is.
Isn't it amazing that such a gorgeous, simple timepiece, so elegant and with such a splash and pop of color, is going to outdo even the big boys? Why? Because people recognize value. Look at that watch. Here's one of the things I love about this watch. To size this metal bracelet took about 10 seconds. Because of the infinitely adjustable configuration right here. I can slide this anywhere I want, and it's a perfect fit. By the way, Magic Voice is saying there's only 12 of these.
Oh, these are going to sell out for the show.
So just know that in the next hour and a half, if you don't add this, it's not going to make it to midnight. So go ahead and add this to yours, because I'd rather you order it and send it back, which we'll pay for it to come to you and to come back to us, than for you to miss out. As a person who has missed out on more than one watch here, I'm going to tell you, it doesn't matter who you are. When they're gone, they're gone. And I want you to get this watch. The Fidelity chronograph is the #1 seller. It has what I'm calling the liquid metal bracelet. It's going to be the right fit. It's the right look. And right now, at under $105 for this almost $600 watch, it's a steal. $21 gets it home at your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. You know how this works. Go ahead and get one. Get two. Go ahead and order all 12 of them. We would love for them to come to just the right person, maybe give them away to your groomsmen or maybe to all of your family members. It's going to be the right choice. Now, shifting gears to, oh my goodness, what a stunning watch. Megan, do you like this watch?
I want to try it on when you're done, actually.
I would, you know what, this will be gorgeous on you. I feel confident. I mean, really. Now,
This is not the correct graphics, but
oh yeah,
we
they
will
have not
get you
swapped
the
out
right
the graphic
item
yet.
number.
They're switching over. Give them a second. It takes a while.
There we go. Let's just go to it live. Would you wear a watch with diamonds like this?
You didn't really ask that,
I
did
know.
you? I would wear one on each wrist. So that,
Wasn't Miso telling us when our company here, when they go to Basel World, that they actually wear
Yes.
a watch on each wrist?
so I'm more like Niso.
Oh yeah, you're just so much like Miso.
I am so not like Niso.
Yeah, right.
The man just drips of class.
It's true.
You know, this is one of those watches that, right, my doctor friend back in, because I have a collection of doctors. How do you think I keep all this together at my age? Tut doesn't have as many
the
doctors.
strap underneath your chin that goes behind your ears.
If that gives way, it's going to put somebody's eye out. I'm going to tell you right now. I sent a picture of this to a doctor friend who actually has one of the gold masterpiece collections. I said, is this too much? He said, no, it really is understated
Yeah, it
elegance,
is.
because he really loved the color combination and the fact that it used diamonds, but it was not in such a way that you felt like, wow, that's a slap in the face.
Absolutely, I agree with that.
It is an elegance to the watch, and Maurice Lacroix is very much about elegance. Even the Miros that you love, with that gorgeous sunrise.
Oh, I love that. Dial?
Yeah, that's it. It's those complicated words that I lose. It is absolutely gorgeous. And the satin finish of this strap, it is unusual in the watch world. It is almost like a silk or a satin that is running through that is just absolutely gorgeous. Now, you have leather on this side.
Which is nice, because that way if you sweat or if you wear this a lot,
Yeah,
it
you're
won't
not.
wear it out.
And there's a deployant clasp, which we have released it from it so that we have easier access for you to see the watch. But believe it or not, as you look into this, you look into the bezel of the watch, there are 94 diamonds in total. And there is 0.8 of a carat of diamonds. These are fully faceted, fully jeweler set diamonds. And the ML115 movement is a 26 jewel automatic, absolutely stunning. You're looking into the beating heart of the watch. It is all Swiss made, sapphire crystal, front and back. And you know, I was almost afraid that was the wrong. Is that really the right price on this? $1,400?
Isn't that incredible?
I mean, somebody check that out to be sure. That seems way, way too low for that.
We have incredible deals. I love that you have diamonds on the dial and on either side of the case like that.
I'm going to put this on, and then they need to check that price, because if they're selling that, you know, just that alone, the Pontos collection without the diamonds is going to sell for the $1,400. Okay, yeah, that's a winner. This may not be necessarily your office watch unless you have a really, really nice office. Unbelievable.
That is the right price. Wow.
Oh, it stuns me.
Even just for the diamonds alone, it seems like such a value.
Well, this is the watch for not just special occasions. You could wear it as an everyday watch, but as a special occasion watch, when that sleeve just pulls back and exposes that dial, those diamonds, the feel of this strap, which is completely different than anything else I've ever seen on a watch. Absolutely gorgeous. Folks, go ahead, check it out on the internet. You know we don't mind you Googling. $6,300 is the list price for the watch. That's given to us by Maurice Lacroix. We're able to offer it normally when we have these in at $4,400. That's a $2,000 savings. But here it is, $1,489 for this watch. $298 is all it takes to get it home. We're going to send you almost a carat of diamonds, 0.8 of a carat of diamonds for $298. It's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. You better believe it. Congratulations to all of you who are getting this beautiful Pontos Rectangulaire diamond watch at such a wonderful, wonderful price.
Now let's change gears and go to something that maybe attracts more men and women out there. 286-521, another Pontos. So you can really see how it's the same collection, just a pared down variation. Now this one features an in-house modified ETA automatic movement, just like the other one did, except now you've got the addition of the day of the week complication reflected almost in a little arch below the 12 o'clock.
Is this watch the same size as the one we just saw with the diamonds? I'll tell you what, the diamonds on the other watch just made it look and feel a little bit larger because the diamonds running all the way to the lugs.
Because it allows you, yeah, I was just about to say, it allows you to look at the lug area more.
So this watch is the same size as the one you just saw, and it certainly is going to be at a slightly different price point because it's missing the diamonds. So if you do want more bling, by all means, consider the other watch. But here is a bit more conservative version of the watch, if you can call a Pontos conservative. This luxury watch, normally $3,200, is at an incredible price at $2,200, $1,000 off, but look at the show price, $849. We have had more folks buy Pontos from us, from Maurice Lacroix collection of watches, than I can imagine out there. And it's because of the style, the quality, the craftsmanship, and the value. 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, continuously operating sweep hand. You have a reverse day window and a reverse date window. That means black window with white lettering as opposed to the white window black lettering. It also has great lume on this watch, so take a look at that, and I'll slip the watch on the wrist. That's what you're going to see when you step outside. Maybe the sun's gone down, you've stepped into the movie theater. You're going to have the ability to still tell the time with that great lume. One of the things you'll appreciate about the Pontos collection is even though it's a large watch, the curvature of the watch really does add quite a bit to the comfort. And when you see that, you're going to really appreciate the fact that it sits on the wrist so very well. And you'll see how it plays on the wrist in just a second. Go ahead and
I like
take a
that
peek.
this is almost like a modified version of those popular tank style watches, which are the rectangles. And a lot of times people think that those can be quite uncomfortable or bulky.
No, look at the curvature
but yeah,
right
look
there.
at that. It just perfectly curves around. And it's still a thick piece of mirror polished steel. But it curves around so beautifully that it really does follow the shape of the wrist.
Megan, I don't know if you've thought about this before, but look at the size of that sapphire crystal. I mean, that is a lot.
Of sapphire.
Yeah, it really is.
Yeah.
And it's both front and back, because remember, there is an exhibition back on this watch, so you happen to have sapphire both front and back. Genuine alligator strap on this watch, $849 for a $3,000 watch. Only $170 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. You'll want to consult our website because many of our watches come in other colors, styles, and configurations, and we don't want you to miss a thing.
Let's move on and quickly mention another Pontos. Very, very popular, but it is an automatic chronograph. Now, this one features the Valjoux 7750 automatic movement inside. That's why this one is the most expensive, and you get the sport luxury look of the chronograph. Now, looking at that 9 o'clock position, that's your continuous running seconds. Do you see how instead of using a normal hand, as they have at the 12 and 6 o'clock positions, or I guess I should use the word traditional rather than normal, they have this tiny little piece of sapphire in the shape of a triangle. It is suspended in between the sapphire crystal that you see protecting your dial and a secondary sapphire crystal. It actually almost works like a magnet and slides that little hand all the way around the dial to where it looks like your continuous running seconds are almost floating. Same size as the others, might wear a little bit bigger because you've got the movement inside to accommodate now, and you've got the larger crown
with pushers. You've got the date window done in the reverse of white lettering on a black backdrop at the 3 o'clock position. Again, this is the modified Valjoux 7750 automatic chronograph. $5,400 is the retail price. $1,150 is your price. Even better are the stress-free payments. $230 down. Something in that price range does not ever equal Valjoux 7750, let alone a hand-built, hand-modified design. 215-105. This is always one of our best sellers for Maurice Lacroix.
I'm going to use these words very carefully. This is truly, to me, a perfect watch.
This next one?
I mean, I want you to hold the watch and look at it in just a moment. We'll go to a beauty shot. I just want you to see it because this watch, in its configuration, in its style, in its weight, in its materials, this is the perfect gentleman's watch. Now, a lady could wear this easily, but there is something about the elegance of it. There is not quite an Art Deco style to it, but that kind of burst. Notice how the hour markers are almost in like a burst configuration. And it reminds me of some of the great architecture of the Art Deco buildings.
Yeah.
Now, the fact that this is not just a watch that's in a 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, that continuously operating sweep hand, but also you have a secondary time zone. It's a GMT. You also have a large date complication, and yes, I love the fact that it is a blacked out watch and they've used a black date wheel with white lettering. And look at the back of the watch. And I'm going to give this just a little bit of motion because it is the motion of your body, or if you chose to wind it through the crown, that's going to cause that beating heart to continuously run in there. Let's see if I can find the little guy. There he is. I have rotated it 15 times. We'll get to it. And there you are right there. Absolutely beautiful. I think this is one of those watches. You can see this is truly the screw down back that's on this watch. It is a 21 jewel automatic movement within there. Look at the construction. Notice that even if you have a large or small wrist, the lugs in such a way allow the movement of the bracelet. Look how that can even fold under. Try that with some watches. This means that whether you have the largest wrist or the smallest wrist, this is going to fit. And look at how gorgeous that is. Absolutely stunning. Now, I want to put this watch on. I want you to take a peek and tell me what you think, if you think it's the right watch. I do. I think it is absolutely stunning.
I like the simplicity of it, but then there's not really a boring look to it either. Because sometimes we think simplicity might just mean a 3-hand, might just mean kind of plain. But I like that they did the silver tone with the center being black on that GMT, because it almost matches the total look of the watch being silver tone with a black dial. Do you see that? It's almost like looking at it. It's very Inception, right? It's like a watch in a watch.
Well, the fact that it is multi-layered, that you have texture to it, I love that. The Maurice Lacroix that we had just a little bit ago that had that great back on it that you can look into and you just feel like you're falling into the depths of all the gears. This has texture to it. And I think it just adds visual interest. But look at the pop. As it reflects the light off of the table, you can see the high mirror polish that's also within that dial on the hour indices, within the sub-dial, within the hands. I think it's absolutely stunning. Folks, don't let this get away from you. It's a $4,000 Swiss-made, hand-built watch, sapphire crystal, front and back, 316L stainless steel. It has got that great automatic movement in there. You know that you're going to have not just these multiple complications, but the GMT at the 6 o'clock position, all for under $1,490. $298 gets it home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. Don't let it get away. It is the perfect gentleman's watch.
I'm loving all these new Maurice Lacroix watches,
Me too.
including another one from one of my favorite collections, item number 286493. A very petite little Miros, once again outfitted with diamonds. Now, this is a classic ladies' timepiece. It's also perhaps one of the best values. Think about it this way. It's a $1,700 watch for $450. Already, you know you are saving over $1,000 bucks. Even more than that, though, it's a diamond watch and it's Swiss made. So already you've got something that will last a lifetime and is already the highest degree of quality you could ever hope for. Notice inside your multi-level silver tone dial.
The center chapter is done in that satin brushing, and then you've got a lighter silver tone edge where your hour markers are applied. You've got Arabic numerals for 12, 9, and 6, and then 8 individual diamond hour markers. Oh, excuse me, you've got 9, because even at your 3 o'clock date window, they give you an individual diamond. So you've got 9 individual diamonds on this one dial. As you know, and I always wax poetic about it, a silver tone watch like this is a wardrobe staple. This is the kind of watch, ladies, you can wear with everything. It will match perfectly with a blouse for the office, a cocktail dress, even jeans and a t-shirt on the weekends. So you invest in a timepiece like this, and you really don't need much else, which I know is probably the wrong thing to say when Wiley and I work on a 3-hour watch show, but it's the truth. If you were to buy one watch, make it something that you get the most mileage out of. And here, you're putting down under $100. I mean, the stress-free payments alone, if you're factoring those in, this watch right here is the equivalent of 2 Michael Kors watches. And now I'm certainly not knocking Michael Kors. I own Michael Kors. I love Michael Kors. But this is a Swiss-made diamond watch. So you could get one of these and have it forever, or you could get a few fun fashion watches that maybe you'll have forever, maybe you'll love. The point is to invest in something that you'll always be able to mature with. And a style like this, in that beautiful size, it's about a 33 millimeter, so it's not too big, it's not too small. This is the kind of thing that I love. 286-493, perhaps the most affordable Maurice Lacroix of the entire hour, and it's a diamond watch. Now, this one really took Wiley and I by surprise when we saw this. Item number 286525. This is a really different dial layout.
Now, I really have to hand this to you because this really needs to be on your wrist.
I
suppose on the right occasions I would wear this, but I think when you see that, the size, the configuration, and again, you buy, for folks out there, we want you to buy what you like. Don't ever be confined to, if we say this is a gentleman's watch or a lady, if there's something you like, you buy it, because we want you to be happy with your purchases. But look at this watch and tell me, is there just an elegance about this that's, I don't want to say Art Deco, but it almost looks like it's coming from the 1930s.
Absolutely. It's a very glamorous style. Now, it's a 38 millimeter, and it is a brand new collection to us. It's part of the Pontos, but it's called the Star Side. And this one is something unlike any other we have ever aired before, which is perhaps why this watch is nearly $17,000. Now let's take a look at what we've got here starting inside the dial. You've got this beautiful 2-piece dial, right? It really does look almost like a constellation, as though you're seeing other planets and their moons. You've got the day of the month around the edge of the dial. You can see those little dates right there. And then you've actually got inside these 2 crescent moons, the month of the year and the calendar day of the week. So with this actual movement caliber, the ML160, which has been modified, you set this one time and you only have to change it once every 4 years for the leap year. Now, in addition to that, you've also got quite a bit of bling here. You have 64 white diamonds on the bezel, 32 on that beautiful little wave across the dial, and you've got a diamond on your crown. So your total carat weight is 91 points. You are just 9/10 away from having a full carat of diamonds. Capping off the entire luxury look, of course, is a black satin strap. This is the kind of thing that is not for every lady, of course. One, the price definitely keeps quite a few people at bay, but also the overall look. But if you have an appreciation, as I know many of you female viewers out there do, as I do, for something that is not only unique, yes, in the fact that it looks different, in the fact that you get almost a carat of diamonds, but you have a movement complication that is so complicated that it actually will act as a true calendar. Now think about your actual watch being able to do something like that. Right here is how you're able to. All of these springs and gears working together to not only keep accurate time, but to keep up with the day, the date, the month, It's absolutely incredible.
A 26 joule automatic with 40 hours of power reserve. And the Guilloche style dial on there, this is all hand work to give you this, the beauty of this. Maurice Lacroix lists this as one of the most feminine watches they've ever made, with gentle curves to suggest a femininity like none other. That is speaking highly of this watch, and it's why, with all of those diamonds, all of that hand work within that watch, it is priced at nearly $17,000. The fact that you're able to get this at this price is incredible. Ladies or gentlemen, you need to really consider, as you ponder this purchase, that you are getting one of the best watches at one of the best prices. Only $700. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. You're going to pay less than $3,500 for a $17,000 watch.
All right, and with that, we bid adieu to Maurice Lacroix, and we move into our third and final hour. Even more high ends abound in our third and final hour of the show today. This is where we've got Omega, Breitling, IWC. We've got, I think, some Swiss legends in the lineup, more Bulova, something for everyone. You know the drill. Everything is on 5 stress-free payments. The deals, the prices, it all expires at midnight Eastern Standard Time, so you want to make sure you get your orders in before the prices go back up to the website price and the stress-free payments expire. Because even if the prices are about the same as what they are on the website every day, the website every day does not do stress-free payments. But we do here, and we are getting you ready for the holiday season now that we are well into September. You're going to want to start doing that holiday shopping. And don't wait, because as we see on shows now, as we've been seeing all summer, things sell out very, very quickly. So a lot of items like these Maurice Lacroix, our hot picks and such, there's very limited quantity. So of course it's for a very targeted person out there, but we don't assume that there's only one. It's just whoever gets to the phone or the computer fast enough. All right, with that, we're going to jump into a very quick little preview and show you a sample of what's coming up in this hour.
Coming up?
This is that Frederic Constant I was talking about, that special edition Healy.
Yes, because the thing that stood out not just was that great dial, but the strap on this watch has that same sort of breakout where they have removed weight from it, just like you would in an aircraft or a race car, to make it super lightweight. And this is certainly going to harken back to the vintage rally days of the Healy. Remember the Austin Healy automobile? Of course you don't. You're too young. But this is harkening to those great days of British racing, and you're going to love this watch. It is a $3,395 watch that we're doing for $1,449. And when you see it live on the show, you're going to want one too. So please stand by on that one. That watch will be up in just mere moments. Right behind that, one of our favorite brands is Ingersoll. You know, ever since they came back and really became popular in 1892 when they were selling watches for $1, now the company that has been around all those years is giving us these great limited edition pieces. And this is a bit more modern than some of the other vintage styles. Do you like this one?
I like this one. This isn't my favorite. One of the Ingersolls that we had on the show yesterday, that black and rose.
Yes.
The snake.
Yes,
that's still
sold very
available,
well.
by the way. But what I do love and appreciate about Ingersoll is, you know, talking about like your hot pick, that Breitling, being a limited edition. I mean, in that case, you have to spend $8,800 to get a limited edition. But Ingersoll makes that sort of exclusivity more affordable for a greater audience, and I appreciate that.
Well, I also like the unusual eye of the German design. I mean, it's become, even though it's an American, was an American-founded company, it has this great international connection everywhere from China to Great Britain to Germany, and it really has a great flair to it. So we want you to consider the Ingersoll as possible part of your collection.
And moving on from that, one last one in the hour. This is always a top seller, 285-612. This is the Deep Diver 1500 series. This watch actually measures, believe it or not, at 44.5 millimeters, and it wears so much larger than that. That's because it's got a lot of work to do with 500 meters of water resistance and an automatic helium escape valve. You have the Swiss-made ETA 2826-2 automatic movement. That's the same as the 2824, except a slightly larger date window. I also like that this is a dive watch that features pops of blue. I think if you're going to wear something in the water, why not match your surroundings? $900 for a $2,000 watch, but once again, the stress-free payments. Every single item is on 5 stress-free payments, so you do not even have to put $900 out. In fact, $180 on any major credit card, ships it for free. 285-612. Very quickly, I want to show you once again, one last time, my hot pick, the special edition Omega Seamaster. It's a 42mm case. It's got this beautiful bright white dial and matching ceramic bezel insert. The Ocean Planet or Planet Ocean collection is a newer model from the Seamaster. It features the all-new 39-jewel 8500 caliber from Omega. That means, very, very quickly, taking this off to show you, your coaxial escapement technology allows for a greater precision, durability, and balance inside your movement. And for one of the first times ever, Omega's giving you an exhibition sapphire crystal. Most of the time you can't see into the movement, so I love that we're now able to see all of that beautiful arabesque design and Côte de Genève. You can also see all of the beautiful ruby jewels that are exposed and the two different barrels, which is what sets apart the coaxial technology, the addition of two barrels. Here, because it's a 600-meter water-resistant watch, you also get the helium escape valve. It's a thicker case at 42mm, but as you just saw on my 6-inch wrist and Wiley's 6 3/4 inch wrist, if you've got a 7.5-inch wrist and under, you can wear this. 283-710. $3,900 for an Omega. Forget that. Use the stress-free payment. $780 ships it.
Love, love, love our collection.
Oh, they said blah, blah, blah.
Blah, 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 Megan. Blah, blah, blah. We're tired of hearing it.
I was like, excuse me.
You know, you had your hand just ready to backhand me. The Breitling Chronomat is one of our favorite collection of watches from Breitling. And the 44mm happens to be my favorite because it just makes such a great presence on the wrist. What you're looking at is the Patrol de France, which is a limited edition piece from Breitling. As if Breitling wasn't limited enough, how about let's make a limited edition within that brand? There's only 600 pieces of this watch. Of course, it has the Breitling's own proprietary B01 movement, which is a 47-jewel movement with 70 hours of power reserve. It's a 44mm case, sapphire crystal, and it has a great back on the watch giving homage to the Patrol de France, that great 8-member precision aerobatic team, very similar to our Blue Angels here in this country, and it looks stunning. There's a great weight to this watch, a great heft to it, and you can tell with just the beauty that they've put into it, they wanted to make this limited edition piece just stand out from the crowd. $8,750, you better believe it. That's what you're going to pay in the Breitling store if you can find this limited edition piece. But only $49.99 with us. $1,000 gets it home, but don't worry, the other $4,000 that you'll owe is on stress-free, interest-free payments. We want to get this out to you as soon as possible. Please get them before they're all gone. We will not have any more because there's only 600 pieces for the planet. 278348 for the Breitling Chronomat Patrol de France.
Moving on to another special edition, another numbered limited edition timepiece from Frederic Constant, the Vintage Rally Healy. 276383. This is a watch that I was really pushing for Wiley to make his hot pick because I think this is such a cool watch. And for those of you out there that are not interested in cars and vintage automotive lifestyle in general, it's not something that's overly flashy. I think this is something that a lot of gentlemen out there could really enjoy. I really like the color combination too, with the little pops of green inside the dial.
This is one of those watches that it is that understated elegance. This is really, truly an homage to vintage rally racing. And you know, when you head, that'd be like you and I deciding to get our own little car and head cross. You're laughing. The Swiss Watch International race team? Are you kidding? No, we will find the right car. You just let me think about it for a moment. You go. I want you to really consider the Frederic Constant Vintage Rally homage to the Austin Healey. I want you to see the car on the back. You're looking into that exhibition back, right into the beating heart of the watch. It's really the only part of the watch that's going to be out and out automotive. Everything else is just kind of tipping the hat to it.
And there's your little numbered limited edition right there.
You gotta love that. But notice how they have taken the strap and just like with aircraft or with racing cars where they've removed the unnecessary weight to leave the structure. They've done that with the strap, but the strap is very hardy. Don't worry about this wearing out. It's going to really last a long time. Of course, it's a fully functioning chronograph. You have a 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, and you happen to have a small second subdial. 2 additional subdials for the chronograph. Here is our start at the 2 o'clock, and look how smooth that is with that great automatic movement.
Yeah, this is the Valjoux 7750, 25 joule movement.
Modified for Frederic Constant. You have the guilloche style dial and hands on this watch, textured all the way around.
So the guilloche dial, you see the texturing in the center chapter of the dial? That was actually done by hand.
So there's not some sort of robot somewhere
No,
stamping
not at
these
all.
out.
That's why I just think that is so amazing that somebody actually took the time. You know how we were talking earlier and yesterday on the show about a mechanical watch, somebody putting it together, how it almost feels like the watch has a soul. You know, it's really got something to it. It's not just a battery powering it. With a guilloche dial, I mean, you have to think that somebody sat there and worked on this dial. I mean, that's amazing. It's like an artist.
Well, and that means even though it may look perfect to the naked eye, if you look closely, you realize that it's been hand done. And that's not an imperfection, it's the artist's touch to it. The cabinetiers that put this together, I mean, it has to function down to the second, for heaven's sakes, but it is the fact that human hands have touched it. It's not just been spit out of a factory and one of a million. This is all handmade, it's all Swiss. So, of course, you have that great Swiss movement in there. You have Swiss construction, Swiss inspection. It means that you have the highest caliber of quality and materials within the watch. Now, within this 43mm case, you can see it is just a great fit. I love how this looks. I mean, this really should have been my pick. I have it on the tightest configuration. Notice there is still a generous amount if you have a larger wrist than I do. I could easily make this my everyday watch.
I think it's fabulous. I love the colors inside the dial too, how you can see the little bits of that green and then how every single hour marker and the hands are outlined in the rows. This is such a dark, dark brown that it almost in some lights appears black, and then you've got that almost just a slightly contrasting stitched color to it. It's really quite beautiful. We've only had this on the show a few times before, so it's kind of nice to have. It is a 43mm, so it's that great mid-range size for you gentlemen. And even though it's got that big Valjoux movement inside, it's not a thick case at all.
It surprised me, because a lot of times with the Valjoux, they have to give a little extra space in there. You can tell by the thickness of the case. So it really kind of fooled me at first, because it looks like the Valjoux setup, but I thought, man, that's just a little too thin for Valjoux.
I told you you'd like that watch.
Oh, you win. Get it for me for Christmas.
Oh, yeah, sure. 276383 is the item number. But you know what? I could if I wanted to, if I use those stress-free payments.
Well, I would have
so
no
maybe
stress
I'll think
about you
it.
doing
Maybe
it.
I'll think about it.
You treat me so well.
279740, the Marine Star from Bulova. This is always a fun collection. Bulova, we most of the time think about being very, very classic, and then they've got the Precisionist, which is always so crazy and overly stylized. And then the Marine Star almost plays that perfect balance between both.
You know, if you have a yacht, you have to have some watch to wear on it. I'm just saying. Because this is that combination between classic elegance and sport watch, but with a nautical flair. And the Marine Star, with 100 meters of water resistance, and the unirotating bezel is going to be great if you're heading out in the water. Now, I realize you need 200 meters of water resistance if you're going to use it as a dive watch, but you have, as a professional dive instrument, but you certainly can use this as your dive watch with 100 meters of water resistance and the fact that you have that unirotating bezel. It's a 45mm case, and look at the pops of blue that pop through there, both on the crown, on that inner chapter ring, and you know the watch is going to have great lume. Magic voice, do we have lume on this watch?
We're going to, oh, wow.
Oh, that is good. Okay, just take a peek. Imagine, there you go.
I love that we react to something before our viewers can see it.
By the way, friends and family, we have multiple monitors in our high-tech, ultra-efficient 21st century studio.
But no teleprompters, no cue cards.
You know,
this is all live.
When Stunt Rudy came, you know, one of the first things that he said was, you guys do 3 hours of uninterrupted, commercial-free television with no teleprompters? We're like, every day.
Yeah.
And then he was
I go
amazed.
to auditions where I have to read a teleprompter or read a script, and I'm like, I'm not as good at this.
No, we're making this stuff up. We don't know anything about watches. I mean, you'll need to check it all out.
We found Wiley outside the building, actually.
Yes, and I'm so
It was
thankful.
really fortunate.
And I don't know what you did with my box. But anyway, the Marine Star is a fantastic... Stop laughing, Megan. Breathe. It really is a fantastic combination between a dress watch and a sport watch. Take a breath. And I think it has a fantastic jewelry quality break and a generous amount of it. I mean, Bulova has been around since 1875. They build great watches, and I love the fact that they've put their foot into the 21st century by upping the design, not to just the little old man watches. Because in the era to which I grew up, Bulova had started heading into just the little old man watches. It was the watch that the older crowd wore because they knew to wear it. And they have been reinvigorated with style, with their technology, with the Precisionist collection. And here they've given you a great sport luxury watch with a name everyone's going to recognize. So congratulations to all of you who spent $22 to get a Bulova home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. And the fact that this watch is under $110 and we're paying for shipping is a bargain. Go ahead and add it to your order.
Remember, we also do free returns. How that works here is you call us up, or you call our amazing customer service team, Monday through Friday, 9 to 5 Eastern Standard Time. Let's say you want to return a watch. Now, depending on the price of the watch, this Lucien Piccard, for example, it's $55. You could actually process your own free return using our website, but certain watches, for example, that Frederic Constant or some of these Maurice Lacroix, I believe it is when the amount of the watch is $400 and above, if you call our customer service team, they will process that return for you. So it's just that one additional step that you'll have to do if you buy a more expensive watch. I know that sometimes there can be some questions about the return policy. It's always going to be free returns. If the watch is $55 like this or a $200 watch, you can easily process your own return within 30 days. Now remember, we have experts here. You're not renting a watch from us. So they'll know if you've taken all the plastic and all the packaging and all that off. So be honest about it. But if you open this up, it's not what you want. You can very easily go to our website and process your own return. But if you buy a Maurice Lacroix or a watch like an IWC, which is coming up, you'll have to call our customer service team and they'll very easily email you a return slip. So it's just that one extra, maybe 2 to 3 minutes that you'll have to do. But of course, that's just to ensure the more expensive timepiece gets back here with insurance and stuff.
Now, speaking of expensive timepieces, how about a $400 watch? Look at the price, Megan.
I know. I love the Mantilla. We don't air it enough. And we have some great colors of this watch on our website.
Look at how much strap is on this watch. It's like a belt. I mean, this is a watch that's truly going to fit almost any size wrist because they've been so generous with that strap. This is a watch that, again, we are the parent company to Lucien Piccard. I am delighted that we not only have taken that brand and have reinvigorated it, but are taking it to a new generation of people because it is one of those that could have been your grandfather's watch. Now, it's going to be from the youngest person you know to the person who has the greatest appreciation of watches. It fits. It really does. Fully functioning chronograph. It's a little bit oversized because you have such a thin bezel and such a large dial that the watch looks larger than it really is.
Yeah, it actually measures at just over 44 millimeters, but I think it wears closer to about a 45 or so.
That's exactly it. I think it starts to look and feel a little larger, and just laying out because there is such a thin bezel and a large bit of real estate on that dial. Start, stop, and reset. Easy to read and easy to wear. High mirror polish on the stainless steel, Croco embossed leather strap, and it really looks much more elegant. How could it not look more elegant than its $55 price point?
You know what I like, and maybe we'll get a closer shot of this once you have it on the wrist, is that all of the Arabic numeral hour markers are applied, and then just on the outer edge of every one of those Arabic numerals, they have an additional little dot, like a stainless steel piece. So it's just that little bit of extra, but you'll notice because all the way around the dial, they do the minute scale with the little dots, right? But it's only at the actual hour markers where the dot is a stainless steel ball, whereas everywhere else, it's just like a plate or a sticker.
And if
so
you are timing something,
it
makes it that much more easy to read. And I think this is stunning that they've put this level of design work into a watch that ultimately they're selling for $55.
Yeah, I mean, if you're looking for a watch, make it easy. Guys out there that want to wear the brown watch with their brown shoes and their brown suit, whatever, you don't have to go out and buy some super expensive watch. In this case, you can have a luxury look. You can look like $1 million, and you're spending $11. And even if you only wear it a couple times a month, a few times a year, you've more than made back what you've spent on it. Plus, our brand, it's a 5-year warranty.
Can I put it into perspective?
Yeah.
You are getting the watch for the cost of 5 watch batteries.
That's true.
$11. Go to the
Yeah.
mall. Go somewhere, even at Walmart. You know, they charge, you know, to put the battery in.
Oh, yeah.
So for $11, you're getting the watch home, but it's the price of a watch battery. Now, the next watch is not the cost of a watch battery.
No, no. The
In
next
fact-
watch doesn't have a battery.
No, not at all. This watch is super, super nice.
So moving on from the Mantilla, item number 191148, and again, that is a 44.5 millimeter. Check out WorldofWatches.tv for the entire lineup, but also check out WorldofWatches.com to see different color variations of everything.
This is for that collector. The Aquatimer Deep is one of those watches that the moment you see it, the moment you feel the watch, there is everything about it is so high-end. That's why out in the wild, if you were to head out to any of your high-end jewelry stores or places that carry the IWC brand, that's right, the watch is $17,000. Now, this is an all Swiss-made watch. It has the caliber 30110 automatic movement. It's a 46 millimeter case, all stainless steel. Look at that watch. Absolutely gorgeous.
You know what I love about it? This isn't just IWC saying, oh, we made a watch that you can wear diving. These are actual professional dive instruments, even down to the depth rating shown on the dial itself. That's what that is. Isn't that fascinating?
I'll tell you what I'd pay $17,000 for. It's the only watch that has zoom that looks like Tokyo at midnight. I mean, take a look at the lume on this watch. It is absolutely incredible. It just speaks of the high-end value all the way around through the watch because they did not spare an expense on anything in this watch.
You'll also notice that when you get a closer shot, once again, that you've got this beautiful sapphire crystal and then a ceramic bezel insert. So that way you never have to worry about scratching this up in any way. And you also get that beautiful color of the blue and black. But IWC itself touts itself as being something that creates professional dive instruments. Right now, IWC actually makes up to an Aquatimer Deep 3.
Wow.
So this is the Deep 2. The improvements, what's interesting is the improvements from the Deep 1 to the Deep 2 were pretty dramatic, but from the Deep 2 to the Deep 3, they really didn't make very many changes. So in this case, you're getting just about their most up-to-date technology, movement, caliber, and quality overall. Except you're basically paying half for it. So it's like going to IWC and them saying, hey, we just got the Deep 3 in, all the Deep 2s are 50% off. That ain't going to happen.
That's not going to happen.
No, never.
If people ask the question, how do you sell a $17,000 watch for $8,000, and you just answered the question, there are companies that when they start producing the next in their line, they can't drop their price down to 50%. But our buyers can jump in there and say we can buy an allotment or a certain number of them, then we add a very small amount of profit to it, and it's actually just really a small percentage. We know that because we see it, and then we can offer it to you. And we're doing it, and you hate to sound so cliched, but it is volume. You're selling watches in volume, and here is an incredible collectible timepiece that you're getting at a fraction of the cost. Understand, where else are you going to be able to go? Go to your bank and say, I would like $8,899.99. I'm going to pay it off over 5 months, and I don't want to pay any interest, and I don't want to sign any paperwork. It's not going to happen. But here, all you have to do is make the phone call, tell us you want the watch, you make that first payment on your credit card, we send you the watch. That is incredible. It's a pinnacle piece, and as Megan said, it is a professional dive instrument, and it has a presence on the wrist. It's one of those watches that even though it's a dive watch, I'd wear this one every day.
I think IWC ranks among maybe the top 5 brands that most people look at as being a grail watch. And when we talk about that pinnacle piece or that grail watch, it's you think about that thing that you would dream of owning, right? Oh my gosh, one day I wish I could own this, but how will I ever get there? A $17,000 watch is nothing to sneeze at. An $8,900 price. Again, not something that we are taking lightly. We completely understand that. But look at the stress-free payments. The stress-free payments in this case are just about 10% of the total retail price. So while you'll never see this in the real world, we do this every single day, not just on the shows, but on the website. And you never, ever, ever miss out on anything. It's not like you're going to buy this watch with us and you're not going to have the packaging or it's not going to have the paperwork. You are going to buy it as though you walked into that IWC store and purchased it. Now, as we talk about sometimes on the show, we do have a section on our website for pre-owned watches. That allows you to get deeper discounts, purchase certain watches that aren't normally aired on the shows. And those sometimes, where it will be noted on the website page, might not have the actual box, or maybe it was a store model. But everything Wiley and I show you will always be 100% brand new. I love the diving bell on the back.
It is really gorgeous all the way around. We realize that this is a pinnacle piece for a very specific buyer, but because we've sold these before, we know you're out there, and we hope this gets into your hands or on your wrist very, very soon. Please do not hesitate to call 282306 for the IWC Aquatimer Deep 2.
Now, from the depths of the ocean to outer space, this actually made with the Space Exploration Corporation. So as Wiley and I talk about on the shows with Luminox, they're not just a company that says, oh, we design for the Navy SEALs, oh, we design for astronauts. You can see it on their website. They actually do work, in this case, with the SXC, the Space Expedition Corporation, on designing these watches. So these actual watches are worn by astronauts working on the SXC. Isn't that so cool?
You know, here's watches that are kind of similar in size. This is 147 grams,
That's
a
the
very
IWC.
heavy watch. This one is 42 grams.
This one weighs about as much as the box that it comes in.
Because this is designed to go into space, you just feel like at any second it's just going to float right out of frame because the watch is so incredibly lightweight. Not because it's a cheap material. The PC carbon case that is on here is truly a space-age material. And since every gram has a cost when launching something into space, they have taken some of the lightest materials that are the most durable. The PC carbon case, it is going to be a lightweight type of mineral crystal that is on this watch. It's going to be a silicone strap. It is everything they can do to make this as light as possible. But within it, of course, is going to be that Swiss movement. It's an all Swiss made watch, and you're going to have a GMT, a secondary time zone. So that no matter where in space you're looking down on the planet, you can tell what time, at least in 2 time zones, and it's going to be a durable, reliable watch. Look at that.
I love that they give this stamp. We see that with the Color Mark collection. They'll put the stamp of the Navy SEALs on the back of it. And it's just further showing that Luminox isn't saying, oh, an astronaut could wear this. They actually work
Astronauts wear this.
They actually work with the SXC. And I think it's fascinating. If you ever look at the Luminox website, they talk about all the partnerships and all the different people and organizations they've worked with. And it's really cool. You know, you could actually use this bezel and offset this bezel and get a 3rd time zone.
You know, you told me that the other day, and it was one of those aha moments.
It's cool, right?
That when you have this type of configuration, that watch nerds know this. And I love the fact that there's just things out there that maybe sometimes people aren't aware of that we can share with you. Maybe you don't know that Luminox watches happen to have not just hour markers, but there are little tiny tubes that, if you look really closely, are filled with an inert gas called tritium. Tritium constantly glows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You don't have to hold the watch up and hope that it charges up to some sort of light source. It is a light source. In fact, take a peek at the lume on this great watch.
I love that it looks like a constellation, like you're actually looking into outer space because the tubes are gray with a few blue ones. Looks like a starburst.
To me, it reminds me of Star Trek.
Oh.
Because it looks like they've just gone to warp speed. Yep, I'm that
Talk
big of
about a nerd.
Sorry. I need to go to the convention. I need to leave now.
So this is a 46 millimeter as well, And I know that it weighs a lot less than, say, that IWC, but it also appears to weigh a lot. Like, it looks smaller overall for some reason.
And it is. I think there is a compactness to it that the other watch, certainly with its other needs that it had for its, deep diving, this is going in the completely opposite direction from the depths of the ocean to, to the blackness of space. You're going to love this watch. The fact this is a price-protected brand, right at $500 for this watch, that when we do this at $346, that is a bargain. But at $229? For this space-age watch, all Swiss-made, it is a steal. Go ahead, add this to your collection. Only $46 gets it home. That's your first stress-free, interest-free payment. It's 264152, the Luminox SXC Space GMT.
Moving on now, back to Momo with the Evo Automatic 283005. Evo stands for evolution. And of course, as we know with Momo Design, not only are these Italian design timepieces, but Momo Design actually makes quite a number of things. They make timepieces, they make accessories, they make aftermarket car parts. They are all about customization as it pertains to the automotive and racing inspired world. And what's really unique is that all of their watches reflect that sort of brand statement, and there's always so much customization in all of the watches that they make. So it's really cool to be able to show you that right now with an automatic. So what you're looking at right here is a classic Swiss-made automatic movement, and right here is called an open heart complication. An open heart complication is when an automatic movement has been cut away on the dial to reveal the automatic movement inside. But where they'll cut it away is where the escapement is. Now, the escapement is the balance wheel of your automatic movement and is also known as the literal heartbeat of your watch. That's why it's called an open heart complication. And in this case, it's right there where my finger is pointing. You can see a single red ruby jewel. This is a modified Swiss-made ETA automatic movement, and you can see that not only do they skeletonize that rotor, but they add a little bit of sparkle to it with diamond dust. Another brand that does that is Bulova. Back to the front, though, taking a look through, you're actually able to see right into your movement, and believe it or not, if you can sort of see my red fingernail polish back there, it's fully skeletonized right through the back of the watch. But looking into that open heart, you'll notice you've got this customized screwed down decoration over it. That's actually in the shape of the Momo Design logo, which I'm sure I'll find somewhere else on this watch to show you. Now, this is a 46mm case, so it's a bigger watch. I'm going to show it to you on my wrist because it fits, and then pass it over to Wiley. The reason that I'm able to wear this, even though it's such a big case, is because you've got this perfectly rounded, almost donut-shaped case. And then notice that there aren't real lugs. In this case, it's just a bracelet attached right to the sides of the case. So technically, those are your lugs, but there's no real curvature or bend. It's just bracelet soldered right to case. What makes this also really fun, especially for those of you out there that are car guys and gals, is that everything is done in this super matte finishing. So notice all of the silver tone and this right here, black PVD. So that is a stronger component than just normal black ionic plating. It's all done in such a brushed finishing so as to give the appearance of titanium. Of course, if this watch was in titanium, it'd probably be like double the price. So you get that great look, and it's still a weighty timepiece, but you get that matte finishing where it almost looks like if you're looking underneath the hood of an expensive Italian sports car. And of course, having a Swiss-made movement inside is the upper echelon of watches in general. So you've got a Swiss-made automatic movement inside an Italian designed watch.
Okay, with the black shirt, I feel like a villain.
You look like a villain.
Thank you. You know, I was just thinking that this watch, all blacked out, except for that dial that just has that, the pop that really makes it easy to read. This is one of those watches that you could wear it as your everyday watch. You could wear this to the office. You could wear this out to dinner. If you are going somewhere that you needed to have that just extra little flash to it, that open heart configuration really looks stunning on this particular watch. Megan's absolutely right. To be able to get a watch of this caliber, that's a $1,400 watch, Italian design, Italian made, for $399, well, we're delighted to do that. I mean, we'll take your thank you notes and be glad to to tell you that we're happy to send it to you. But at $249.
Isn't that kind of crazy that we took $1,200 off the price?
Well, I think when you look at the watch and you realize that, you know, you've got a generous amount of bracelet, you have that dual deployant, you have the open heart configuration, you have a style that really stands out from the crowd. I mean, even the stylization of the hands of the watch are different than what you normally see. They didn't just pull it out of the watch hand drawer and slap it on there. Here it is for only $50 to get the watch home. That's it. $50 gets the watch home. That's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. And we want this coming to you ASAP because we'll even pay for the shipping. Go ahead, consider that for your collection.
269-289. Now, I must admit that most of the time, I have this idea of Movado in my brain. And most of us know Movado for that classic museum dial, which we're showing you here, which is that concave dot at the 12 o'clock position and the 2 hands. Most of the time, before I came here at least I should say, I pictured the Movado watch as a very straightforward style. What I've been so excited to learn since working here, and especially in recent months as we've gotten in some brand new styles from them, Movado keeps that classic look in just about every one of their watches, but it's really all about the case, the bracelet. They further design or customize their watches to where they keep up with that iconic look, which is their signature, but I love that you have so many different options to choose from. So this is the Quadro. Yes, this is a $2,000 Swiss-made watch, and a lot of that has to do, one, with the fact that it is a Swiss-made Movado, but also the fact that you have very, very high-quality diamonds on the bezel of this watch. And in fact, you can see from this closer shot that these are not little diamond chips or diamond accents. These are fully faceted 4-prong jeweler set diamonds in that bezel. So of course, right away, you're gonna have that price driven right up. Not so with us here at World of Watches. We're taking that $1,000 right off the price. So in some ways, you're buying the traditional Movado price tag. You just get the upgrade of the diamonds. Now this is one of those watches, ladies, that is age appropriate for everyone and is also the kind of style that as you mature, will mature with you. Look, I'll be honest with you, as I always am. There are some watches that I own now that I absolutely love that maybe in a couple years I might get tired of, or that might not be my style anymore. I've had watches that I've worn before that I don't particularly wear much very often anymore. But a Movado style like this is timeless. This is the kind of thing that I could wear every single day, working on the shows, going out on the weekends, even dressing it up for a wedding or a black tie function. So it's having at least 1 or 2 of those pieces in your wardrobe that you can always fall back on. That's why I call them the little black dress of the watch wardrobe. Why not have it be a Swiss-made diamond watch? Why not have it be the very, very highest quality? And in this case, if you're not ready to put $927 down on a credit card, put $185. Think about how much you spend in a month on your accessories, on your clothing, shoes, jewelry, watches, what have you. If you can afford $200 a month, make it with the stress-free payments, especially on a weekend like this where every single item is on 5 stress-free payments. 269-289 is the item number for this one. Now, playing off of that, this next Raymond Weil, I'm wearing a Raymond Weil right now. I am wearing a men's Tango 39 millimeter. This is the 35 millimeter Jasmine. And in a lot of ways, believe it or not, I think I like this Raymond Weil even more than that Movado. It's bigger in size, but I also like, and the only reason I'm comparing them is because we're talking about a silver tone diamond Swiss-made watch to another silver tone diamond Swiss-made watch. What I like so much about this is the fluidity and the construction. You've got this perfectly slim 35 millimeter case, and then this gorgeous bracelet that you can really see and tell is not just Raymond Weil reaching from a shelf and taking this case, and then they reach over to another shelf and they put this bracelet. Every single piece is custom, and that's what makes this so special. When we come closer, you'll be able to see those gorgeous diamonds in action because you've got quite a bit of diamonds on this watch. And much like that Movado,
These are not diamond accents. These are not diamond chips. These are fully faceted 4-prong jeweler set diamonds. So how exquisite to be able to get something like this. Something that would function much like your diamond tennis bracelet or your engagement ring or your wedding band. That same quality of diamond, except now on a wrist. I love in the center portion of the dial, you have that true guilloche. Guilloche means hand textured. So as we were talking about with that Frederic Constant, that is not a machine doing that. That is a human with their own 2 hands sitting and laboring over the dial in one watch. Think about that. Every single watch in this collection was done by hand with those dials. I like the look of the 2-hand as well. I like that it keeps it a bit cleaner. It's actually kind of fun that we've got this one right after that Movado because they are similar in their design. Here, you've got those diamonds once again set around the bezel. Notice how they skip the lug area, keeping up a little bit of dimension and keeping things interesting. And what's also quite interesting is how your screw-down crown is perfectly flush with the side of the case. The watch is all about symmetry. $900 for a $3,600 watch. Even better though, you know what I'm going to say. Use the stress-free payments. You're $180 away from a $3,600 diamond watch you will wear and own and cherish the rest of your life. You will pass down to your heirs beyond you. 277-744. Perhaps one of my favorite watches of the entire show is this Jasmine right here.
You know, changing gears just for a moment. I want you to consider when you think of Omega watches, what do you think of? There's that Bond look. There's that dive watch that you saw earlier.
I think of my hot pick.
Okay, this has got to be one of the
cool.
most. Have you seen this?
No.
Okay, when we come in even closer, I think you're going to be absolutely fascinated by this watch. Understand, folks, sometimes we don't get to see the watches in person until we get here. And look at that. This is, of course, from the DeVille collection. It has a 36 jewel automatic movement. Now, you also have, you know, so as I start this up, I want to get that sweep hand out of the way because when you start it, you're going to see the secondary hand right there. Can you see that, Megan?
Yeah.
Isn't that gorgeous?
That's so cool.
Now, you happen to have a continuously operating sweep hand that's going to be at the 9 o'clock position. And notice what looks like a retrograde hour totaler at the 6 o'clock position actually is in 2 layers. You have one part of that chapter ring that is going to be measured by the longer end of that hand. And then as it wraps around, that shorter hand is going to measure it through the second chapter ring. Absolutely stunning. When you look at the watch and you realize that all that you're seeing on that dial is being run by that column wheel coaxial escapement within here. All the gears, all of those wheels, simply by the motion of a rotor, winding a spring, powering a balance wheel, turning everything in time to give you perfect time on that watch. Notice you have an extended or expanded reverse date wheel that's just kind of poking up there at 11 o'clock position. Never seen that quite like that before. You are going to have all the functionality that you would normally find in a chronograph that's a multifunction, but you also have the Omega 3603 movement inside, all within that 44 millimeter case. Absolutely stunning.
You know I've talked about this on the shows before, but as I learned when I was researching Omega, when they created the coaxial escapement and the coaxial technology, which, by the way, is a proprietary technology that no other watch manufacturer has been able to come close to replicating, they started working on that in the late 1990s. And it had been over 200 years before any watch brand at all ever had said, hey, let's see if we can make improvements to an automatic movement. And they started with the escapement and the balance wheel and all of that. It's kind of interesting to think that it took watch manufacturers, I guess they were under that whole, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. But what Omega did was not only improve upon it, but make something that is truly in a complete league of its own. Because you have a greater durability for your movement, better accuracy, more stable, more precision. You've got 2 barrels in there. And it's very, very cool.
Magic Voice, how close can you get up on this dial? We're going to see, because I saw you get really close a moment ago. And I just want folks to see, as we close out, our time with this DeVille, I want them to see the true beauty that it was within that. Oh,
doesn't it look bigger than 44 millimeters?
Yes, it
has
feels
a presence to it.
Oh, up. Any more? There. Ooh. Hey, there is a camera like right next to my head, people. Doesn't that just look gorgeous? This is a $9,000 watch, and it is worth every penny. I'm telling you, you rarely hear us say that. This watch is gorgeous all the way around. It is stunning in its configuration and presentation, and the $7,000 price, just send us a thank you note. We will be glad to take it. But at $5,700, $5,799, absolutely incredible.
I love the GMT hand, how it's done in red there. Even if you don't need the addition of a secondary time zone, because you've got that 24-hour chapter ring, you could use the GMT to reflect the 24-hour clock, the military clock of the currently displayed
And you see
hours.
the 6 o'clock position, how there are two chapter rings, and that the hand has a short side and a long side. The long side measures 1 through 6, and then the short side will measure 7 through 12. So very cool. Go ahead and put that $1,160 on your credit card. It's your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. Oh, you will not regret it, because if they do, they can send it back. We'll give them every penny.
All right, we've got a few Ingersolls to show you guys.
Yeah, if you've been waiting for a great brand, one that we just have a lot of fun with. Now, Megan is maybe not as thrilled with this particular configuration. I like it. Why? You know the answer. Because it doesn't look like everything else.
True.
You put this on, it's just going to pop from your collection. It has the 523 caliber automatic. This is a 46 millimeter case, and it has 50 meters of water resistance. That's absolutely incredible for a watch that has a price point that was a payment for some of our watches.
Oh my God.
Look how, I'm just going to hold this for a second, let you see the natural design of the watch. This is not a watch that you can lay out flat. I mean, you can try. Follow me, camera. Come on down. Here, down here. There you go. Ha! This will not lay flat. Why? Because it's designed for a wrist, not a table. And that's what you want. This has a natural curvature that you'll find when this slips on the wrist in just moments, it's going to fit. Even though it is a large 46 millimeter case, it's going to fit just great. Notice this bezel is locked in place, so this is not necessarily your first choice in a dive watch, and at only 50 meters of water resistance, you might not necessarily want to run out there with it, but take a peek at that and look at how perfectly that fits on the wrist. The curvature of that case and this strap is perfect for going on the wrist, even though it's a little larger. You have a fully functioning chronograph with this watch. It is a 3-hand configuration, the hour, the minute, the continuously operating sweep hand, 3 additional subdials, a date complication between the 4 and 5 o'clock position, an awful lot of style, because take a look at that. Notice that with Ingersoll watches, they love to do a pop of color on that window that's giving you a peek into the exhibition back. And there's the beating heart of the watch. You're going to be entertained over and over again just by looking at the back of your watch. And let me stress to you, limited edition, which means there's not unlimited quantities of the watch. $470 day in and day out. If you can find Ingersoll being carried in your town, then congratulations, you're paying retail. The wow price of $231 is a great price, but look at $141.99. Only $28.40 to get all of that home. And we'll pay for shipping.
It's less than $1 a day, ladies and gentlemen.
Now, maybe that wasn't your right configuration for that watch. Might I suggest this then?
I like this one.
I do too. What is it about it?
Just the red popped against the white. I just think it's a little bit different. I mean, usually I go for the black watches, but this one is
I got to show them the back.
This one's a little bit fun. Oh, I love that you're having a conversation.
I am.
Nobody can hear.
Well, we try to do hand motions and smoke signals and everything else to the crew, and I just speak out. Yes, I'm going to put it on the wrist, but they have to see the back, because in the same way you have that great pop of red, look at that.
It's cool.
That is just, I mean, nobody does that. Why not? And it's so cool that they just add visual pop for the owner, not for necessarily the person that's peeking across going, what time is it? but for you as well. Yes, this needs to slip on the wrist. You need to see that it is comfortable on the wrist, just like the other watch. It is just the right size, and it is just in the right configuration. $470? Yep, sorry about that. $231? Yes, we are delighted to do it, but $141 for the show. Only $28.40 to get it home. I do like this one better, and it goes really well with what I'm wearing. Notice it's even a custom strap that fits in there like a glove up to the case of that watch. You're going to love every bit of it. We're going to guarantee it, or we'll give you your money back. Shopping with confidence with us. So please consider this watch for your collection. 281806, the Ingersoll Brazos Limited Edition.
Very quickly, we want to mention one last watch, the X1 chronograph from Ebel, 284281. We aired this yesterday in all silver tone. Now we've got it available in all gunmetal. It's a 42mm case. You have a Swiss-made watch with a Swiss-made quartz chronograph movement inside and 200 meters of water resistance, making this luxury timepiece a professional grade diver. In case you missed yesterday's show or the presentation of any of these watches, you can always go to the individual watch product page. Wiley and I work tirelessly with our production crew to do detailed product videos for every single watch. So not only is it a great way to sort of catch up on WOW TV if you've missed something and you want to see a bit more about the watch, but as you shop during the week, because we do encourage that, and signing up for our newsletters, our email blasts, that's a great way for you to maybe on a normal day during the week, you just want to see a watch, you go to the product page, chances are you'll be able to see a video of one of us talking about the watch and giving you sort of that same presentation that we do now. Just a great way to keep in touch with WOW throughout the week. All right, well, like all good things,
we're not done yet. You can still play catch up real quick to see maybe some things you didn't, if you just tuned in, some things maybe you didn't know that we were airing. And we encourage you to go to World of Watches and to take a look at our website, because there's a lot of stuff there, even stuff we couldn't even put on the air, but they're still at great prices with all the great values. And hurry to do it before midnight on Sunday.
All right, the best-selling watch is now...
Didn't expect that.
202235, the 42mm Raymond Weil Tradition. I actually am quite fond of this watch. You have a Swiss ETA G10211 quartz chronograph movement inside, modified by Raymond Weil. Big date complication at the 12 o'clock position. Genuine furnace blued hands set against that beautiful beige dial, and then all that mirror polished gold plating for the case, the bezel, and even the case back. Raymond Weil makes affordable luxury, especially with our price. If you've always dreamed of owning a Swiss-made watch, but you're not really quite there with the budget, you put $100 down, we ship this to you for free. 202235.
Right behind that is going to be the Maurice Lacroix Pontos. This is such a classic timepiece that is easy to wear every day. Whether it goes from that all Swiss made watch, sapphire crystal front and back, the genuine alligator strap, or just knowing that you have the quality and build that Maurice Lacroix puts in every one of their handmade watches. That's why this watch is $3,200, but you're not going to pay that. The $2,200 is what you'll pay at midnight on Sunday, but right now, well under $1,000, $849.99. Only $170 gets it home, and we'll pay for shipping. Yes, that is a wonderful timepiece to add to your collection, just like the Lucien Piccard Fidelity Chronograph. Completely different price point, but a lot of style on the wrist. Particularly if you like the color green. It happens to be my favorite color, and this one pops because, just as Megan has said, this is a really unique look at an incredible price. $104.99 for a watch that easily can sell for several $100s. You're going to love how comfortable that bracelet is, and only $21 gets it home.
This next watch is a must-buy for everyone. Even if it's not your exact style, the 42mm Grand Casse features a deal you just cannot pass up. Ladies and gentlemen, your stress-free payments are $8. You cannot go out to lunch for $8. Here, you can get a watch that features a 5-year warranty. You have a Citizen Miyota quartz chronograph movement inside there. Beautiful brushed finishing on that gold tone, black dial, black leather strap, 141230. $40 is the price. Take advantage. This is practically a giveaway watch at this point. Coming up right after that, this was a bestseller all show. The Bulova Classic Collection, 251853. $120 or even better, your first payment of $24 ships a classic Bulova, all silver tone, fully functioning chronograph. I love the rich textured navy blue dial. 251853.
Coming up right after that, the watch I just mentioned to close out the show, the X1 chronograph from Ebel. 42 millimeters, 200-meter professional grade diver, Swiss-made watch with a Swiss-made quartz chronograph movement inside. $1,200 is your price. After midnight tonight, the price goes up to $2,600, so take advantage now. Even better are the stress-free payments. $240 gets this watch home. 284-281.
That's one of my favorite watches from them.
Really?
It really is. Maurice Lacroix Masterpiece Collection is really one of the highest levels within the Maurice Lacroix line. Here is a hand-built, all Swiss-made watch, normally running at $4,500, and you're going to love the fact that you're not just getting that three-hand configuration with those beautiful blue hands, but you're also going to get that wonderful hand-decorated dial and a secondary time zone because it's a GMT there at the 6 o'clock position. That's not a small seconds. That's a fully functioning second time zone. And the large date complication at the 12 makes it easy to read and very easy to live with when you consider only $300 gets it home. Your first of 5 stress-free, interest-free payments. It's a great value, and it is a fantastic watch. We love Momo Design. The fact that we're able to get this great automotive designer who has done a great job with automotive accessories to be able to design watches, and then for us to get those watches not at full price, but at a fraction of the price. Here is almost 1/6 the price. It's a $558 watch that we marked down to $159. Yes, we have that kind of buying power, and for the show, we're able to offer it for well over $100, only $99. It has that gorgeous dial, both with the carbon fiber and the satin finish on the other side. It is Italian design, Italian made. You want to add it to your collection. And right behind that,
this beautiful masterpiece from Maurice Lacroix. That is a solid gold bezel, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 39 millimeter case. You have the day, the date, the month. This is one of the most complicated Maurice Lacroix. That's why it's part of their masterpiece collection. $340 once a month, interest-free for 5 months. 286-505. Coming up right after that, the watch that Wiley just aired. This is the Brazos from Ingersoll.
like
It's a
that one.
46 millimeter case. The caliber 523 Seagull, automatic movement inside. $142, even better, $28 it ships. 281-806.
and right behind that happens to be a watch that I like a lot, and I think you will too. It's going to be the Chronomat 44 Patrol de France, a wonderful limited edition piece that we're offering at a very, very limited time price, at least until midnight and on Sunday. $49.99, only $1,000 gets home. We say it only because it's nearly a $9,000 watch.
Thank you guys so much for joining Wiley and I. We hope you've enjoyed the show. Remember, you have until midnight Eastern Standard Time today to place your order so you get the best price and the stress-free payments.
See you again next week, everybody, and thanks for joining us.
Bye, guys.
Bye-bye.